Hello, peeps. I hope all of you all are doing well today. Um, Thought I'd skip on in for a minute. I actually had other plans. I went live today, but something sort of changed that. But we'll see what all I can get about and up to over here today. So anyway, and sorry, I'm still not feeling good. Still running a pretty high temp. Um, all my shit's all jacked up. So anyway, something changed a bit ago. Uh, a lot of us have known about this thing in the background for a bit. I've seen word breaking about it the past few days. Now it was coming up and this and the other. I watched the other tragedy pimps, most of whom didn't latch onto it. Wildly enough, they usually do any piece to where it brings tension to them or tries to cast them or just to latch onto it, just to hashtag it where it brings algorithms, this and the other. But this one they seem to be staying pretty far away from. Usually if they see anybody like Chris M, Olivia, blah blah blah, or anything, or on a news piece where like hashtag Olivia or hashtag Chris M or whatever, even if it's bad or call them out, they'll do it just to have their name attached to a title to where it brings them up in. Then of course you have the anti-tragedy pimps who do that, pretending they're not fucking tragedy pimps while fully tragedy pimping. But this one I've noticed as word's been breaking and as the dates were coming up, we're staying a bit away from it. But I was glad to see that Whistledown released a piece earlier. Shared it on the community wall. I've not watched all of her piece on it. But I think just hell the first minute and a half gets the point across. Anyway, I thought we'd take a walk. Maybe go over a bit of this. See some of it together. Here we go. Make sure this is turned around. No. Ah! I did it again. I bet. Alright. And because of the way I have to do this today, because of other things occurring, it's gonna be what it is. Like I said, go watch Whistledown. But we'll do it this way over here. 5 words you pronounce. My bad, just a button. yes, this is the same whistle down that
Hey, Crown Expert, this is already in the witness chair.
Damn it, I did it again. This is the same whistle down that exposed Jenny and Adrian and the rest of these tragedy pimps and their bullshit parties and garbage bullshit they had on Summer's vigils, etc., and how they behaved and all their bullshit around all that. So this is the same whistle. This, by the way, is airing on Paramount Plus. It's a piece they've done exposing cyber sleuths. You know, the all the dreaming of being don't fuck with cats, motherfuckers, right? And cyber sleuths, like, well, all these trash ass crime cretins here in Summer's case and who have been here through many cases, as you'll see, like Olivia, Justin, Bullhorn, and Flatboy. They're coming up. Anyway, what for, man? So anyway.
Wish mainstream media would do a little more research before reporting on this and giving people a platform to spew things that are just not true and could affect a fair trial. That some person said something, and because it was juicy enough and because you can sensationalize it, mainstream media ran with it. And that is what we've been warning against from the beginning. So whatever fact comes out, make sure you scrutinize it and think about it critically. Where is it being reported from? How legitimate is it? Do we know that this person is who they say they are?
If you are the dealer, I'm out of the game. If you are the healer, means I'm broken and lame. If thine is the glory, then mine must be the shame. You want it darker, we kill the flame. Magnify, sanctify, be thy holy name. Vilified, crucified in the human frame. A million candles burning for the help that never came. You want it darker. I'm ready, my son.
Brian Laundrie's father hammers no trespassing signs into his lawn, and he is pleading with protesters today to leave his family alone. The long siege of the family's Florida home has to stop.
There's a water bottle right here.
This is right where the remains are.
Similar you see in Zion National Park.
It's a water bottle that looks just like the one used by Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie on their doomed cross-country road trip that ended so tragically.
And some people take advantage of situations in these high profile cases and show up for whatever reason. And I don't know what the motives are of these folks. There was also reports over the weekend that he was mowing a lawn and tore down one of the protest signs that was at the memorial for Gabby Petito because it referenced his own daughter.
And I just want to make it clear at this juncture here, this was overlapping with Summers. Y'all remember? You recall? And this group was like, "Oh, Olivia, bored, lockdown, And I was like, yeah. And they're like, hey, there are guys in the background. They're on the news. And they're hashtagging doing all the shit, right? Now, by this point, I was quickly sussing out who, what, where, when, why, how players are connected, blah, 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 blah. And anyway, I watched and I figured out enough to know the touching thing, the evidence, the water bottle shit around Petito. Oh, shit was foul. There, which is, but that water bottle boy, it got him some fame, didn't it? That's why they sit where they do now. Only problem is that shit's tainted all to hell. All kinds of fucked up, isn't it? Those who know know. All right. So when MGL and them finish that job, right, with lockdown and rest, they got in my inbox, even though they were the ones main provocateurs, right? The ones that sit places in the middle, the Justins, the MGLs, the JLRs, Bullhorns, yada yada, lockdowns at that point. Acquisition and sales, but they're the faces of it. They bring in the extreme drama. It's why they go visit and do the clown shows in person. The manipulation tactics and the things done there to deceive you all. Police, the way they all work together, like they did Quentin Simons, Petitos, Summers, blah blah, right? They hit the ground, but they're working with these lower ones over here. The shit they do, tamper with, try to set up, have shit planned, they do all this garbage with, right? It's a whole big thing. We've been through it for several years now. If you know, you know. Anyway, at this point, what I have is MGL and him knocking in my inbox, and I straight out and flat out, because I could pretty well immediately correlate that that's who it was. It was the Potato Crackers. It was Olivia and MGL and him. I wasn't a stupid bitch already, and I said, "Are you gonna lay, you know, real life inside of the creek in this area?" And they were like, "Oh yeah, we got the drones." And I was like, "Yeah, then fucking no. I ain't helping you and I ain't being your encyclopedia. Go fuck yourself. Stay out of the community. And fuck your drones, bro." So, and then of course, you know, we're the boots on the ground. And he was like, So anyway, told him no, wouldn't help him. Shit went south. I knew what they were. Y'all remember the whole meltdown on AB when AB was taking up for me and whatnot, and then MGL melted down in 5 seconds, exposed herself after I called them grifters, cons, liars, etc. when they were visiting here on the ground trying to get media, her and Olivia and the rest, in Summer's case, and journalists and stuff. Who already knew by us and several others what the fuck they were all up to. Yeah. So anyway, and MGL had a full meltdown about it and exposed herself for what she is. It's, you know, well, started giving her the moniker Drain the Well Dry. Yeah, she lost her full shit. Oh yeah, still one of my favorite fucking pieces around here. Her going to AB, we're gonna put ourselves in danger, and you all go make the money and drain that well dry. I was like, wow, okay. Called Summer that girl, and well, right? Oh, I was. Anyway, so it was a full on thing. It was damn triggered. So anyway, yeah, there's a way in which these people work, and they work together in each and every case. There's also a way that those involved in many of these before Summers and overlapping them worked, including the main provocateurs on the ground. There's a playbook. They're getting better at it. They're getting more dangerous, etc. We've been through this for several years. And it's also, me calling it out in the entire way, has been part of why we're terrorized the way we are. Plus, they know I'm one of the only ones around here that can actually have them fucking charged. And if they can't discredit me, it's in front of the public, which is what they hope, and jury pools, or anybody who might be brought into civil cases, and yeah, or cops and there and blah blah blah, to make me look certain ways. Then, yeah, they're trying to make it harder for us to do anything against them at any point. But that ain't gonna be the case. So anyway, um, the thing is, you'll have those now who make you think that their roles on the ground around potatoes and laundries and otherwise was different than it is. But much like what you see in Quentin's, and at that point they didn't make the firm break after I finally got the tragedy pimp moniker to stick on all of them. They had to break away into a third official section, which was the anti-tragedy pimp tragedy pimp. Good example of that is Rap and Queen and a few others, right? At that point. But still, yet, they're tragedy pimps, and they were playing in it. And doing all the movements with Cher and Bullhorn and all that around Quentin Simons. Dolly played in it. ICU played in it. The crazy lady they had come doing things played in it. They bring out the crowds of online people and protesters in the first place, right? At these places are the ones holding the signs and shit. Then they hit the ground and they pretend that they're for or against families. They do that to cozy up to them, to get info, to do this, to do that, to, it's a manipulation technique. And I think sometimes even those, well, I can tell you they don't, because it's like us. Who in the fuck would expect a world like this to exist? I didn't. You do not realize at first how you're hunted, procured, the methods, tactics, and shit they go to. You have no idea until and then it sounds so batshit to most people in the world that unless you have from the beginning law enforcement, feds, and journalists, real ones, investigators, and others following you and embedded with you, and each step of the way you have people and you compile that know what the fuck's going on. If you sat down and tried to explain this to anybody, you'd sound batshit. And that's also something they rely on. But it's like a couple creators now around the potato and laundry situation, right? They now try to play it off like, oh, they were and look, we still get thank yous, and look, there's still contact with the family. But actually what they were doing in that case was playing them, manipulating them, trying to get close for info. The scenario they were tampering with, fucking with. They still do. I mean, look at all these cases, including what's still current, like even Delphi, even though it's in court, and all these others. Look at what they've done the past few days with Wandra. Look, Michael and Summer vanished just weeks from one another. And, this whole time, as they've had clutches on Brandy and been like, look, she's visiting the panel, she's doing this, that, there, blah, blah. And, and used her in that way, but, for views and things and whatnot. They're willing to stand here and, does anybody remember the moment that Brandy had come on and was just absolutely, her hope was dashed, and it was dashed because of what Tragedy Pimps released before LE could even do. Tells you something about how embedded they are in everything, and courts and everything around all of us, around any of these cases. But, also when Brandy had to come on here begging them to stop, JLR, the Bullhorn lockdown, blah, 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 variety, and all these to please stop before they fucked it up, because they were going to residents where Suspects were, including Wonder and them. You remember that? She had to get her in beg. Now these same creators who've used her to make money, and because of the way in which they aren't true detectives, they have no skill sets, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They could help if they did shit right, but they can't do shit right. It's not what they're about either. They're about the drama and sensationalism and this and that garbage. But now they're putting up Wonder. And whatever, let the guy speak, but doing it open-ended. Dolly was the closest I seen to that, which is wild as fuck. I know, because he's part of that group. But Dolly was as close as that got. The rest, it seemed like, that I have watched. I know there's quite a few out there, and I have not watched those, but I'm told what an abundance of them did. I've seen your all's things around. But the thing is that what they did and have been doing with Wonder, whether they think and they tell you all it's whatever and it's helpful, it's not. What they could potentially be doing is fucking up everything and doing it on purpose while they pretend they're not. Because that is their intention in most of these cases. Sure, it'd be nice to, solve one for clout or something, but they're more likely to set up people falsely for one than to actually solve one. True story. But, I think their goal has actually become to make these cases unsolvable or to create doubt, let suspects walk. And, because the longer they can keep these cases going, the longer they can do all this, the more it rakes in for them. You're talking not just like, oh, cash up here, super chat there, a sub here, click there. You're talking millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars on high profile cases. Hell, before we were even public, it looks like just in the first couple of months, what could be cataloged just in this tiny little sphere of shitholeville, tragedy pimp land, what they'd already made was millions and millions. And that was just out front in the open. The rest will always take forensic accounting and IRS and Fed level shit to get to and be seen in the bag. Just what this exact group, the Scott H's, the Pennies, the rest, the ABs, everybody else involved in that fucking scamathon, number one, not to be mistaken for number two, and the billboard shit and all that crap, right? Yeah, anyway, all that group initially, Lip Lock, Scott H, TM, Perplexed, Down Under, Jesus, there were so many rooms. Nita, Chase, look, all the players that you all saw in front of you, plus the ones behind the scenes, direct handoffs, P.O. boxes, all sorts of shit. Anyway, look, even Hawkins told John Hawkins' news piece. This exact group, that exact group, with that scamathon, raised hundreds of thousands. That's just what they can see it for. And just with the one. Just with the one. Now, do you think people gave that much to that scamathon, thinking they were giving hundreds of thousands to these creators with their shell games and their, no, send it to this one, no, do that, run to this room, this, that, and the other, instead of Summer's reward fund? No, I bet not. And I seen it, and they were cleansing anybody complaining or asking questions out of chat. You see the fucking beautiful footage I have of that. No. People were not given hundreds of thousands to creators, but only 30, 40,000 to some. Sorry, nobody would have wanted that to be that unbalanced. It's how the game came into play. Now that's just what can be seen in the foreground without forensics. So, anyway, the thing is, um, and hell, it turns out after I learned stats, rewards are very unlikely to lead to missing children's tips and things. Most people who do that and have something, they do it because it's the right thing to do, not for money. However, had all of that money that had been raised, all the hundreds of thousands at least seen in public and not laundered in the background and cryptoed and everything else, by this group and sent overseas and all these other methods and shit being put places and, manila envelopes, all this other crap, and on cards and whatever, and sent places and no evidence, all these things hadn't occurred. But damn, could you imagine? Maybe that would have actually brought someone forward in Summer's case. It's a hell of a lot. And it could have actually gotten the job done. Hell, that right there, if, say, even C&D responded, like, I guarantee you, if that amount was up, one of them would have been like, that bitch did it. And the other neighbors, shit, they've been like, that motherfucker did it. Anybody that had the key, if it's around that group, would have been like, hell yeah, that motherfucker did it, But it didn't get there, did it? And the hell no, it didn't. So anyway, the point is, they all act their own ways, and they sell it to you, and they weave it, and they fairy tale it up, and they do whatever, but they all are what they are, And ain't a damn one of them good. Not a damn one. Anyway, we'll carry on here with Whistle Down's piece.
And I am losing my parents and my brother and my children's aunt and my future sister-in-law on top of this, and you're not helping me.
Why your parents? Why you're talking about
Because they're not talking to us either.
Why aren't they talking to you guys?
If I knew, I would say. So that's not fair.
Where was that at?
On Saturday when you were here, too, because
there's people out there
who
want
I find things out is the news.
Your family's involved. Regardless of what the reason why we're here for
Of
you.
course, we totally understand. I know. The media ended up misconstruing what I said when they asked me if I had seen my brother. Like I said in the beginning, they didn't say, have you seen Brian? It was, what's the weirdest thing about this all?
Your brother was here by himself and in her van and ran up $1,000 on her credit
Those are
card.
things we're not allowed to answer.
Yeah.
Heard screams coming out of your parents' house on multiple occasions.
Okay, I don't know what to tell you about
Might have
that.
been our kids. We lived there for.
We already reached out to the FBI for that, so I don't have anything to say right now because the police have told us specifically not to talk to anybody or anything.
Got some drug addicts over here. We got somebody who likes to steal Xanax from their friends.
Stop your mouth, honey.
We got over here, right? Well, Jessica Hall, I thought he was a decent guy, right? But after today, he's a scumbag just like the rest of them.
Thank you for the $100 PayPal.
She likes to send naked pictures of people through the internet.
Bullhorn Betty lies to her subscribers.
Bullhorn Betty. Well, let me tell you about Bullhorn.
And there's the chick they purposefully sent there. And then there's the clown. Bullshit, right? And there's rap. This is during Quentin Simon, all that shit. Yeah. When they had to break off because views were getting low and they had to start the full-on, outright, open anti-tragedy pimp shit. During this, it was outed thoroughly, but people forget how Cher, Bullhorn, and the rest were working behind the scenes while telling you all they were not, blah, blah, blah. We've told you all the goal was actually for these people to get it hyped up so badly that when MGL, Justin, and the rest, and Dolly and everybody hit the ground, what was actually supposed to happen was that Leilani was supposed to be, and Billy Joe were supposed to be so manipulated and shit by that point. All this, and they're, yeah, I can't explain to you what happens and how they do it to all of us, but it is, they do it through text, they do it through what we see, they do it and how they cleanse the rooms, they do all these things. They also, the ones that are in contact with you do certain shit to make sure certain little other critters send things from it. Look, They increase traffic around your house. They send in people they know online. They can call it, hey, come out here to these addresses and say something to these suspects. And then here these people kept awake for days, and here's this shit being screamed at them, and all these other things, right? And then these tragedy pimps, they do all this wild shit, okay? But what was supposed to have taken place in Quentin's was that all that was supposed to be done. And then when MGL and Justin and Mallory and Rest, they all hit the ground, and Dolly, was that the other part of the team, like Sharon, all them, would have manipulated enough and everything in order to get the heightened senses going. The protesters, this chick, and all the others doing all the things for so many days in a row. The bullshit deliveries, the KY jelly, all that crap, right? All these things. To enact some sort of event where they come into contact with one another, and that there would be an actual altercation or fight and shit that would leave Billy Joe or Leilani in cuffs for it, or at least make a good narrative and story in the sound, right? Luckily, people seem to have gotten wind of that, and at the same time, somehow Leilani and them just poofed out the back door and whatnot. So then what happened was, the moments you see where, they had to do something, right? So then you see ICU beating on the fucking hood, and you see this chick, and you see the bullhorn shit. Not Bullhorn Betty, but this bullhorn lady. And Dolly having their whole thing, right? And all that bullshit. And the clown from Rap and all that, is he's voting on imaginary islands, pretending he's on trash, you know. And it was just a whole thing. And I think a whole hell of a lot of us around here, including real journalists and real people really embedded in and around all these things, hold enough proof to show what and how they're operating and what they do and how insidious it is and how unbelievable the lengths they're going to. And how far they're willing to go. Anyway.
Strangle a Betty! Don't you're fucked up. You like to strangle people, yet they talk about this house is full of murderers, right? Well, let me tell you, that lady over there have a list of charges. It was 42, it's 43 now, okay? And she likes to strangle people. She likes to have domestic violence. She likes to assault the people she sleeps with, sits with, eats with.
She's talking about Bullhorn. And it's true, Bullhorn does have a very long history of domestic violence and shit. Strange, I don't know. But then it comes out, her working together behind the scenes where you all don't know about it. People forget about that, though. There's recordings of them. And her and the other woman are laughing and giggling and talking about the best way to actually commit domestic violence against men. And to catch them when they're nude, to do it to them this year. And it was fucking foul as shit. Nobody batted an eye.
She don't give a fuck as long as she can strangle you. And guess what they're giving her? Super chats and money. She's a whore. Oh, on Betty, Andrew Biffin, Liz.
Yeah, I know, Vicky. I know Rap since Clown. I actually spoke to the clown a few times. On panels, other places. But in that, I was sort of hunting things around the sudden third pop-up of a new tragedy pimp here. Going, we're not tragedy pimps, we're anti-tragedy pimps. Yeah, okay, miss me that shit. It's also how Queen built up there in the time. So anyway. And people bought all of it, hook, line, and sinker around here. But it was all shit, they're all working together. They always have been. There's no real fights unless it's over them. You'll see shit in front, right? You see little drops. And they'll tell you they're fighting over one reason. So any of the closest you'll get to real shit is them actually outright they'll say it's one thing. But what they're fighting about, especially summer's going to certain dates are hitting this and the other, is money, is my guess. Hitting places. And they're wrapping up throwing off quite a few. Last man standing gets whatever's hidden in the background. Maybe gets a few wrapped up to where nobody believes them and they'll be discredited against the group too. Against all their crimes they've committed and shit, real life, online and otherwise in these groups, in this group towards all of us, in and around Summer's case and how far they've tampered and destroyed, deceived.
What's happening, son? Crackhead! I'm a crackhead! All crackheads over here! Except for these people over here, right? They're not real crackheads, right? No! Mommy's so fucking lame, the cop said it! What is she on? I said she steals Xanax. Hey, African Americans down here, she belongs to the Cowboys! She's proud to belong with the Cowboys!
This is the second party goer that has come forward to tell me their side of the story. Let's name this second party goer Jane Doe number 2. I teach for slurring, but I also think there were 200 people at the party, and this is the.
And remember, this same crew, Olivia, all the rest, tried to embed Bullhorn around Idaho 4. You have Benton out there fist bumping at the time. I was like, the fuck is going on, bro? Anyway, and you have them contacting family, at least one of them, making them think because they're more apt to lean and did towards QAnon Wayfair, certain voting things that made them more susceptible to, blah, blah, and that's fine. I mean, and the trauma and the pain and the real life shock they were going through, losing their loved one in this situation, I could only imagine. So, they take advantage of that. They all insert, during that time, you have Piper, who was, as many of you all recall, and such, the main handler of our monster here in YouTubeville, with Jenny, Adrian, rest. Piper tried to latch onto Anon, the Scream neighbor in Idaho 4. Right? Same group. Same shit.
Okay, so law enforcement has confirmed that this is not true. So that's what someone got Placer Sheriff to reply that heard on police scanner, girl matching Kylie Rodney has been found alive in car, and Placer Sheriff said untrue. Just 40.
Kylie Rodney. Same group. However, what that then connects into for Kylie, right, is the fact that at this point, Adventures with Purpose was in there. They have close ties to this group. Also, weirdly enough, to Mormon and FTLS shit, which more than a few creators have over here, and it's real weird for me. So anyway, especially since the FTLS and Mormons go back into construction shit and compound shit and all kinds of weird shit. Property sales, realty, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, the thing is, in Kylie's case, you then have Elisha, right, being outed, charged for what he was, blah, blah, etc. And then this same goof troop who had promoted, been like, hey guy, and had them all over the place and everything else. This same group, and you know they're super cyber sleuths, right? You know they knew all along what was in his background, okay? About the fraud, the embezzlement, the shit he'd been up to for years, on top of the SA stuff that came out. Then you have the same group that it was mingled with him, then oopsian at his court hearings with his victims, acting like it was accidental. It wasn't. And it got court dismissed, reset, a great many court cases reset those days. And they didn't care. That shit was done on purpose that day. Nobody can tell me any different. Especially the money that dude holds on the back of volunteers and shit. Much like many organizations. Weird how those few super orgs they wrap around here work in the same way that Goodwill does, right? Free labor, volunteer labor, forced labor. They go around and just hit the ground long enough to be like, oh, I did like a one day stomp by, and then we actually looked and give us donations, but then the donations only reach the top tier guy and the volunteers and forced labor and stuff. They don't get jack shit. And they provide their own stuff, you know. Okay, well, you go buy parrots. So anyway, the thing is that I always found it foul that this group and AWP, etc., at least, you know, chose to profit off of the car being pulled up out of the water. Pictures, etc., car, you know, videos, car going in the water, and also shit, but especially that where the car was pulled out and pictures under the water of certain things, and then put it behind paywall. I don't think any family should ever have that online, and I don't think a group truly out to help would do that. I find a great deal many of these groups that are intertwined with true crime that unfortunately do have contact with police and searchers and all this other. I don't find it good. I find it scary. At the very best. The men at the top often I'll just find it scary and terrifying. And it pays all of these people, including those who actually work. Unfortunately, sometimes with law enforcement, like AWP and certain other groups you've seen in summers, basically do the same thing MGL and the rest do. They hit the ground, get some publicity in the local newspapers, this the other. They don't actually really search, and then they come back on here with these groups and these little cretins and true crime, tiny little shit stains on the salad bar. And they make money. And they've not truly actually done anything. I find it scary that they have contact with these people down here who clearly try to plant shit, do shit, create false suspects, narratives, fuck up cases on purpose, screw and tamper with courts, actively try to deny justice to victims, all these things. I find it hella concerning. Anyway, carrying on.
45 seconds ago.
Well, what county is Reno in? Is the Placer County? Reno's in Washoe County, and Placer County's in California. So the Placer County's not going to know what's going on in Washoe County, I don't think. So I'm keeping my mind and ears open by it.
There's a lover in the story, but the story's still the same. There's a lullaby for suffering and a paradox to blame. But it's written in the scriptures and it's not some idle claim. You want it darker? We kill the flame.
Rogersville, Hawkinsville, Someville, okay? Little Summerlandville.
Prisoners and the guards are taking aim. I struggled with some demons, they were middle class and tame. I didn't know I had permission to murder and to maim. You want darker?
Take a donation. A fake donation. Seems like they should get trouble for that. Yeah, I watched that. Yeah, they let anything out here. They didn't let anything out at all. So we go ahead and transfer this to subscriber only. And for those that are in here that just subscribed, I do apologize about that. But we are going to actually put this on for the last 24 hours. I'm sorry that I have to do that. But if you don't like that, then it's time for us to start telling the trolls that enough's enough. And we really don't care. I'm going to make sure that somebody is going live from this vigil. I'm going to make sure somebody is going live from this vigil. So we will have somebody live. And you know what? I'm going to make sure that it happens even if I have to hand somebody my own phone to run it live, just because the haters, the disgusting haters will...
Magnified, sanctified be thy holy name. Vilified, crucified in the human frame. A million candles burning for the love that never came. You want it darker? We kill the flame. If you are the dealer, let me out of the game. If you are the healer, broken and lame. If thine is the glory, mine must be the shame. You want it darker?
You doing that? Keep the podcast ready, killers. You guys are not steaming dishes of garbage. I'm gonna be all the baby killers are join the crowd. Smoking, drinking. You hated that boy so much. You hated him because of his father. You beat him. You beat that boy. Not a care in the world. Come capture these news organizations. What you guys are? What do you don't want the news? Is that why we got a problem here? No local news out here? Nobody whatsoever? While a baby killer?
That's always part of the playbook, ain't it? Every case, they tell you, nobody locally knows. That nobody know these children's name or women's name or victims' names if it weren't for them. No media cares. There's nothing being done. The media is not there. Neighbors don't know. People don't know. Community don't know. They have to be there. It's a lie. And it's their playbook.
They were sitting in the front of her yard, playing, joking, laughing, and smoking cigarettes. Don't worry, bitch. I got you. I got you.
We got a super chat. They got that young kid out here, but just a little right. But we just explained him to him. He's got a pop boy. He just make a break a window.
Pretty bad when a little 7-year-old knows that you need to be in jail in the cops of Cheatham County. Oh, funny. Oh, that's funny. Hold up, Betty, hold that. Yeah. So you're just basically here for money and I'm like, I know. Yeah.
But first, she was paying me to be here.
But police chief, by all means, I ain't trying to make your job any more difficult, but we know you can't walk and chew gum.
These are the same people in jail, bullhorn arrests. They really, man. Everybody was around when they first come in here, yell at empty FBI buildings because all these other things, and DCS offices, all sorts of shit. The email they sent out to him complaining and shit had Summer's birthday wrong and all these things wrong in it, telling them they weren't doing it. It was the wildest shit. Right, but then they're always on here telling you how law enforcement's whatever, and they don't even their asses from on the ground. Can't even get an email to Ellie, right, and whatever to put up for you all as content, you know?
Perspective. Yeah, I'm back out here. We back up in the cut. Oh!
The neighbor that is assaulted.
Uh-oh, people popping off now. Thank you for your steep perspective. Yeah, I'm back out here. We back up in the cut. Oh shit, better get rid out here.
And remember, during this, as they were doing all this out at Leilani and Billy Joe's, there was a neighbor who was dying, much like Summer's case, and those who are sick, etc. There were children who were autistic and very vulnerable to the noise and disruption shit, very much like Ben Hill and certain people there with disabilities literally are at so much risk when any disruption or noise and things are caused that they can have a seizure to the point of death because that's how bad they were getting. And I tried to tell this place to please stop this. No, I ain't give a flying fuck. And that was for Bullhorn on him hit the ground and all that. Anyway, they disrupted a neighbor's life who later died. And their last days were spent listening to all this bullshit on Ben Hill. They also, every time they're in there, they put another person at extremely and extraordinarily great risk of death because of what changes and patterns, disruptions, and noises like that can cause them. I don't find it cute or funny. This place did. Oh, the mayor says. The mayor just don't want to say. No, mayor's, fuck them. Anyway, but in Leilani, Billy Joe's, all that while they're doing all this out there, there are children that are vulnerable to disruption and noises and changes just like that. There are dying neighbors, sick neighbors that, did they care? Nope, just like in Summer's case. Then they start laying on the dad of the one child with disabilities and things, and being terrible to him and his family because he'd asked him to just please stop. The family of the ones who were sick asked him, please stop. And I think they eventually had to move them out to care, just to get them out of the environment, as I recall. May have it mixed up in their case, but there was something there, right? Anyway, and then, even though Leilani was named as the prime and only, before they even stepped foot on the ground there, they went about trying to make the babysitter and shit look suspect. The tow guy, the fry guy who threw fries on him, which I believe was the father of the child that was. Anyway, and anybody and everybody else they're pointing fingers at, making them look suspect, especially those like the babysitter who was the closest to Quentin, most likely to hold knowledge, witness, that type of thing, right? You'll notice that's also a playbook thing they do in each of these cases. Even if they'll get as close as they can to the most likely to be suspects, but then they cleanse them, or they try to tamper the cases, try to destroy shit, and they aim, or they find the witnesses and the true ones. They try to discredit them in public, to juries, to the public. They aim hard at them, they eat them, they terrorize them, they manipulate them, they do all the same things in each one. There's reason for that. Very bad reasons for it. And a lot of times it seems like what they're doing is doing that at the behest of those most likely to be responsible, and that's fucking terrifying. In and of itself, anyway, they started doing the same to Anon and Idaho 4 and others, right? Started laying in, tried to get their claws into those who survived in the closet, trying to be like, oh, well, I hope it haunts you, you coward, you're in a closet, you're this, you're that, blah, 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 right? And trying to bring them out, trying to draw them out in the open. I mean, look, y'all, they always pick one or two, especially the closest and most likely to be the most valuable witnesses around. And then they will turn around and they try to make those sus. And they try to eat them in public realm. There is a very bad, nefarious reason for that. You think it's for the greater good of these cases, these children, women, victims? Hell no, it ain't. It's to destroy the cases. Those who can testify. Those who hold. Just to keep these cases from going unsolved. It's my opinion. Also, Tamron, it's better for them. Look at Cameron, Delphi, all these. They're still inside the court case. Look what the fuck is happening around you, man. Look right now. Look around you. Stop and think. Stop and think.
We're not helpless, baby! We can, like, look out for ourselves, get jammed out here! You open that mouth to put a dick in it real quick! You won't open it to tell how you feel your baby when you ready! Stop, please! What the baby?
The only suspect I have to believe baby Clinton is dead.
Yeah, see, they're shouting it from the car.
They're shouting it from the car. Baby killer. How many?
Yeah! Oh, fuck you, cunt! Fuck you!
Yeah.
Tell me something. Compare the two things. Why is it Justin and them? We're down in Quentin Simon's case, right? In Georgia. They hit the ground, right? Why was it never about searching for Quentin Simon and him? His remains or whatever? Why was it just about the provocateur shit? Why didn't they gather together and go, hey guys, can we raise enough money to get us some hazmat suits? We're going to volunteer with police to go through this garbage dump and other places. Search. Truly search for Quentin. Or we can go through dumpsters ourselves or anything. Which they don't need to be searching anything in any case. But as you can see from all the way back with the water bottle and Tito's. And even prior to that. But, and it's something I'm entirely against. You better hope none of these tragedy pimps ever lay hands on anything and find it, because it's going to be thrown out of whatever fucking court setting. So you tell me how them yelling out in front of a fucking house, calling somebody baby killer, setting up all this shit in the background, Y'all remember the giant, huge banner out in the driveway of Leilani and Billy Joe that had Cher's face on it and her YouTube channel on it? Anybody remember that? Not one for Quentin, though, was it? Yeah, I didn't think so. While Cher was railing against, and telling the family, oh no, Bullhorn and all them are bad, and everything's bad, and don't mess them, but behind the scenes, guess what? Cher and Bullhorn and the rest were working together. See how it works? Bullhorn him out front, Cher in the ears of, doesn't take a fucking rocket. But, you tell me how this helped Quentin. How did it help find him? You know who found Quentin's remains? Law enforcement. And hot as fuck landfills. Well, these jackasses stood out front of a house calling somebody a baby killer, while law enforcement already named her as prime and only. There was never a need for them to hit the ground. There was never any need for Cher to be in the ear or Bullhorn or any of them playing around. You know why? Police already had it pretty well solved. They were just looking for Quentin's remains in order to seal the deal. That was it. They already had enough evidence. You could tell it in the papers and everything else to prove he was no longer alive. They were just looking for his remains to make sure there'd be no wiggle room in court. That was it. Cher and him came in to fuck up Quentin's case. It's as simple as that. And Billy Joe was, or Leilani, I'm sorry, I don't know. Either way, Leilani and them were playing right into it. Just like Karen Reed. Just like Delphi's defense attorneys and all that shit, you know. In that case. It's getting dangerous, dark and deep. You should wonder why they're patting the asses of certain folks over here in Summers, too. While making false suspects out of a great deal many and trying to tamper with all witnesses in Summers' case for so many years. Even downright goddamn provably trying to get some of us murdered. Our children tampered with, fucked with, etc. because they too are witnesses and it's the only way they can get to them. And they've been able to do that to a few children around Summers' case who were witnesses to her life, to June 15th and otherwise. Anyway, there was never any need for them in such crime. But you tell me what their purpose was. What'd they do? How'd they help? And then, don't forget, there's also been that whole, so he makes more money on it during dry times. There's been, no, we have evidence now that Leilani's not guilty. They fucked up this year. Why do you think they're putting out those narratives? Shit. Leading up, especially certain court dates, hearings, anything they can hear rumbles happening. Couldn't be so people in those areas might be paying attention and contaminated by those ideas. Would it? Carry on.
We don't get stuck. That pizza mayo is just the fuck out of here. How much money you get on that tip, That's that pizza! told y'all about.
What a fucking witch. Fucking witch.
Ow! 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 If that doesn't burn a hole through your soul, you are Satan. You are Satan.
Satan lives in Savannah.
I got it. I got it. Where's that baby? Oh, what? Are you kidding me?
Hey, John. Spoke to Marissa. She said she had an opportunity to speak with you last night, and this is Andra, aka Bullhorn Betty, and I just saw an article that you guys are blaming the crew for coming up and banging on doors and windows, and as you know, the only person that did that was Marissa. So if you filed a report, a criminal allegation, being under penalty of perjury that Olivia, Jonathan, and myself also did that. Just filed a false report, a false police report.
Isn't it, you're talking about the F-150?
See the garage door? No.
Oh, I see it.
F-150,
Come on, let's get. All right, thank.
But see, Barbie, you can say I'm sorry, but you get the water hose in this right? And spray them out there this air. But the problem with that is that's what they want. It's what they want. They want to set off interactions like that. And then what do you think they're going to do if you fight back in that manner, even though it's harmless? They're just wet. You know what they're going to do? Bullhorn, Justin, the rest like that, those are the provocateurs and shit. They're going to go immediately call the police and have you charged and put in cuffs. And then this realm is going to go, yes! Now somebody'll fess up. Now somebody'll fucking do something. Hopefully they interrogate them. Hell yes, you all done what's right. You're helping solve this baby's case. You're helping solve this murder woman's case. You've put them in jail. Now somebody'll break. It's Starsky and fucking Hutch. Hell yeah. That's what they do. They hope from reactions like that from many of us to fight back in any way. And so therefore we have to lay our arms down and go, can't do shit, can't do shit. Cops have told us can't do shit until. You know, I've been told by Ollie, first one that steps over that white line finally, close to it, and then its ass on it, that I can snatch them up all I'd fucking like. Or if they present immediate harm, you know, but I have to, you know. So the thing is, that's what they're going to do. And then this group, the members, subs, chat, money pushers in it, will hire the lawyers for these tragedy pimps to take those who they often know around crimes are poor, can't afford good lawyers, all this shit. And it's going to put shit into court settings where guess what? They're going to use it over here as content. And this place and the subs and members and chat cheer it on. Though it's just a community and witnesses and other people around these cases that are trying to fight back against these fucking tragedy bills. But this place funnels money into these motherfuckers for everything, and it's worth it to them to do these. Because, see, they can hire a $1,500 lawyer, but they'll make tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands off of what unfolds.
Thank you. Thank you, Dudley. Go. All right. Thank you. He's there? Yep. That's a leak.
And speaking of the Dudleys and the witnesses and everybody else in all these cases, if they had wanted to hand money out quietly behind the scenes, they wouldn't have caught it on camera and then aired it to where it could visibly be seen by the public. You know why they have those oopsies moments where, uh-oh, we got caught giving them money? It's because as soon as they can show the public they took money or contaminate the community where jury pools come from, we'll bully it, and you know what that does? Or if they can say they paid you for XYZ, that's right. You're toast on a stand. Anything you say is then cast in doubt by jury and the rest. Like, oh, this, they do that on purpose. It's not oopsie moments, okay? That is done on purpose to destroy cases and witnesses. It's not oopsie. So I did it to Allie and them. It's why Dolly wrote up on Hunter wanting him to take drugs or money in exchange for. It's why, Juanita, all the rest did all these things. It's why they've made it clear. They've paid others in the background, etc. for all these things. These interviews, these whatevers, they've handed them cash, blah, blah. Now, with me, they never could do that. Never could. Never will. They've got Monster. Camper this, money that, $15 pop questions in the background, paid for interviews, paid for landings with golden tickets on certain properties. Monster was stupid enough. It's like Monster can't think past keeping his mask on to understand that it's never been about him. It's about what he can be used for. And what he can be used for is to try to help openly discredit us or do this and the other, right? And to abuse us, target us out in the open while he thinks it's just about him and he enjoys it because it's a bunch of women mostly licking his ass. He thinks helping him keep his mask on, his lies straight, this and that, blah, blah. He's told so many courts over so many things. And money's involved, so it's a plus plus. But what he doesn't understand, or maybe he does, and I don't really care, well, I can say he does understand to a degree, because he watched Jenny and Adrian lie. Get all that court shit started. He even called them out. He's like, so a bunch of bitches got this all twisted, and I'm getting punished. I can't get paid. He literally is pissed because he's not getting cash apps because people think it's a scam from that point on, because Jenny and Adrian and Penny and everybody else, they were lying. Lips and the rest. They were targeting Little through him by using him and Stahl, and they were helpful in doing that. And that's what they wanted to acquire, was my Little by any and all means necessary, and to break me as a bonus. And he played right into it, and then he covered all their asses in courts with more lies and this and blah blah. But he's never understood beyond trying to keep his own mask up. Anyways, and to get back at me, and always for daring to speak out, just like whole fucking lives together. So anyway, even though he knows the truth, and so do I, so do these kids, man. So does the fucking whole ass community. The thing is, he wants to think he's special, though, too. He's not. He's only special because they wanted us so badly to tear Ian, Little, and Eldest and everything apart, and he's helped in that degree. what he's helped do is to help them destroy everything around them. Feeding them out info, being stupid enough to give them certain shit they should never have had. Access to certain places never should have had. Never should have. He just seen money. And I heard him myself and some of others from the very beginning say that he didn't give a flying fuck about Summer. Scared about the money. But anyway, so now anything really, they've eliminated him by what they've paid him to do all these things. And the cape and all these other things, they've eliminated him as being able to be used in any way that was immediate when they got their clutches on him. They never could do that, and they eventually made up the rumors and shit. Fuck, bullshit, bro. And the only thing they're really left with is eating, terrorizing, rendering full discredit, trying narrative bullshit for years now. And clip shit, and this shit, and that shit. And using our abuser.
Olivia's mama stalking somebody on their job and rolling up. Don, where's your daughter? Why are you hiding from us? Stop.
This is where, obviously, Dawn and Candace were at the job site, Bullhorn, Olivia, the rest, in jail, whatever. Justin's jailers, I don't know. They all pull up, right? Shit I was talking about earlier. And Lord, this is how stupid they were, man. Fucking MJ at that point was dressed all in orange, volunteer orange. I guess she thought that's how she would blend in here. I don't know. And was slid down the seat, and they were at the wrong place. They thought they were at the right place. They were at like fucking Catch 22, not the hippie house. Yeah, but she slid down, acted. It's a thing. They give you all this. Oh my gosh, we're in danger if we recognize shit. Nobody knows who the fuck they are. Nobody cares either. It's let me slide down a seat. Let's blend in with the volunteer orange. They're at the wrong fucking place the whole time. But that's how much they knew about Summer. They were gonna hit the ground here and they're gonna solve it for y'all. But they're the wrong goddamn places. But anyway, the thing about the house, the dawn, the moments, all that shit, that screaming and yelling. Thing was, they were in contact with Candace and Dawn the whole time. There was plan on them doing exactly that. And then Don went to the room and he was like, oh, they shut up a job. None of any of that part is true. And they were all playing together. C and D were playing with them. And then Don used it to go to the room meeting and be like, oh, they lost my job, which was not true, by the way. He was just told to go home for the day and this until stuff died down. That was it. And, he still had the job. Anyway. But he knew. He kept them on the string. All they kept telling him, meet him, this and that, blah, 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 blah. I mean, look. And I've watched them throughout all this play with these motherfuckers and pull hoaxes on all of us and lie to those around everything. Law enforcement, feds, people around them, puzzler, summer, all this other shit, man. It's all lies, dude. And play hoaxes and have shit called into the real agents on Summer's case and all that, man. It's wild, man. And in that, they've always played in the background with these exact tragedy pimps. But then, in the face of, and then they'll come over here and they'll play openly with Cher and the rest. They'll have prayer gardens write all their pretty little shit, fairy tale everything up from before you all ever seen Candace Public, and they'll do all these things. And then they'll come out going, oh, well, we came to YouTube for up $200. Okay, then why are you lying to everybody? You know? But they play with this realm. They get really weird around real journalists. But they'll always tell them that social media is causing whatever, but they're in the background 24 hours a day in contact with these same assholes setting up half of these hoaxes and all this bullshit. And, you know, it's like, excuse me, wait a minute. And then during these days, when you gotta think, we're living in there, and I can see them playing these games. I hear them laugh about it. I hear them planning and plotting shit with Cher and Benny and the rest and all these other things, and laughing at the public and laughing at the Jennas and, you know, whatever, and having a great fucking time about it. And then here they are on the news talking about big bad social media or the danger or this and the other, and I'm like, what the fuck? And then I know that they keep contacting me, and then here they are, and they'll tell you all social media is done. I'm like, you watch them refuse to tell Bobo about the boys. Oh, I can't speak about that. And then 3 seconds later, turn around and tell J4, which violated the gag order. I mean, like, I just, you know, for me, Candace and Donna played even more so with these tragedy pimps in Summer's case than Leilani ever dreamed of. More than Karen Reed ever dreamed of. Still do. I don't know, man.
Donna, where's Summer, Don?
We're not going anywhere.
Where's Summer, Don?
Face us. Come out and face us.
Right, this is what I'm looking for.
Okay, get out of here. Get out of my fucking face. We're goddamn out the window. Out here. Come on, Candace. Come out here and talk to us about your
Good afternoon, Jinx. Thanks for coming in. And yesterday.
daughter. What'd you do with her?
Hey.
What'd you do with your daughter?
Amendment right to be on public property.
This is public property.
I know you have that First Amendment right, but you can't be considered.
Then fire him from the job. Fire him from the job. You don't need a baby. He buried his baby somewhere, and we want to know where she's at. Where's your baby?
Don! You can record us, Don!
We're on public property.
There, in the window.
We're on public property right now.
Don!
Come on.
Did you call him? Come on, did you call him? We're gonna follow you. We're gonna wait here all day.
We know where you're at now.
I'm out. Don't threaten me, please. That's right. Just don't threaten me.
You need to go on.
We're on public property.
Being level-headed.
No. Listen.
What'd you do with your daughter? Where'd you bury her? Where'd you bury her, Don?
He got enough on his mind.
Oh, police! Police! Do you even know what happened?
Yes,
Yeah, we know.
I've known Wells for years.
Yeah.
He sent with me. Wells is not.
Are you kidding me? You realize that the baby drowned at that watering hole. They did something to her.
You got proof?
know that.
You got proof?
Yes, we do.
I really hope you know, Mother. I hope
Go watch my channel.
I'm a father. I'm a father. I'm a father.
I can't believe you believe their shit.
I'm a father.
That's okay. That's what I do.
what do they do? They don't do you.
That's good. That's good.
I'm gonna be here all day.
Janice, what did you do with your daughter? Yeah, let us just get this over with.
Come back.
So we can leave your job site.
We'll leave you.
There's Olivia. You see her?
This is their pressure campaign, running up on people's jobs like this, harassing them about their missing child.
Stuff that we found out about them, I'd be scared. I'm just saying, you guys can believe what you want to, but we've done a lot of interviews. We've been doing cases like this for a really long time, and we know people just like them. And I would be really worried. And I wouldn't let your kids, if you got young kids around these people.
And that's right. I'm just saying that this isn't the place to do. But if he told you to come out here, then
He told us he wanted to meet us. He didn't specifically say here. We're sick of.
Are you a supervisor? No.
He told me to come to his house, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, 9 o'clock at night. No cameras, alone.
Come alone. No cameras, no nothing. I said, you know what's fine.
James, I can't stand any of them. And what's wild to me, they say the whole world is. My voice gets on their nerves. Listening to any of them at this point just it's like nails on a chalkboard, man. Yeah, and some of them always have been.
Hey, baby.
Yep, she's lying. She's such a liar.
Doesn't show up. Come meet me while I'm
He plays games. He plays games. He's got a 5-year-old kid missing, and he's playing games.
I give you my word, Don. I will leave you alone and go home.
What she meant is they're all playing games together. Right? Right.
I can only speak for myself, Don. I will leave you alone.
You know why you're hiding? It's because we did do our due diligence.
Million words.
We know exactly what happened.
My job is your due diligence. Really?
Shame on you, both of you.
Just get rid of us.
Go back to the live streams leading up to this. And how Buddy, MGL, and Don were and all that. How MGL and them set off that whole Don beating Candace moment and everybody had to run over. I was in ABs that night. It was, oh my God, whatever, right? But, they were making sure money was pumped into at that time. The Amy Tate's and, just all the things. But either way, go back to the live streams where they're all cozy with one another. Exactly, Claire. And then they pop up on the ground and suddenly they want us to all to believe that they're super enemies, though. No. See, what you see is a noise, and people just buy it, bro.
Dr. Adele?
Richard?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
They're playing games. They got a 5-year-old child missing, and they're playing games.
Don, wait, my God.
Look at JLR. Yeah, give him that shot. Look at there's Lydia. There they all are.
Unarmed.
There they all are.
We just want to have a conversation about what happened on June 15th.
Paramount Plus. This is who you going to support.
Why are you hiding from us? Is it because you can't play us like a fiddle?
She brings out that bullhorn, Don. It's not going to look good.
Probably going back today, doing what you do. I know the builder wants to leave because it's one of the things that I guess that's your builder. I mean, if you're working, you're not digitally off your set. If you're here yelling and making people got to turn their heads, there's a law of disorderly conduct that you inhibit their lawful activities in public, and that means even if you're here screaming and somebody stops what they're doing and turning and looking because you're here screaming and yelling, that's taking redeeming disorderly conduct. You can technically go to jail for that and be charged with it. All right. So with this man, I would just let this man do his work. Listen, we all want to find her. We all care about her, all right? But that doesn't mean we can be out here yelling on public streets. Okay? No, y'all have to be on the public street, but we can't be here yelling screaming.
And we can talk though, right? We can talk.
You can talk, but I mean, don't be out here screaming, yelling, talking to see, all right?
Meet them places.
We just have to talking just like this. Wouldn't that be completely
told us to come see you.
And we appreciate you guys. It's law enforcement knows. There ain't shit they're gonna do to us. You know why? Because we have the Constitution backing us up. The Constitution of the United States is backing us up.
Yeah, the right to free speech, protest, rights that Bullhorn, Olivia, Lockdown, and the rest got taken and tamped down on for all Floridians who were trying to stop them from doing this shit in their state, but then that law was used not to stop tragedy pimps, but to take away all Floridians' rights to tamp down on them. But yeah, Bullhorn and big on that. But we got free speech and everything else, but we don't care if states are like,
Because one said,
we're done with your shit, get the fuck out of here. And that's the thing. Every fucking case they've touched, man, you have examples and proof of law enforcement, sheriffs, etc., naming several of these same tragedy events over and over again and asking them politely to stop, etc., arrested them, telling them to get the entire fuck out of their cases. I mean, you name it. And that's well before Summers. And it remains consistent. No, I'm not touching Shit.
hello, subscribers.
He slept with me. Wales is not.
Are you kidding me? You realize that the baby drowned at that watering hole. They did something to her.
You don't know that. You got proof.
Yes, we do.
I really hope you know, Mother. I hope
Go watch my channel.
I'm a father. I'm a father. No way. I'm a father.
I can't believe you believe this shit.
I'm a father.
That's okay. That's what I do.
What do they do? They don't do you.
That's good. That's good.
I'm gonna be here all day.
Janice, what did you do with your daughter? Yeah, let us just get this over with.
Come back.
So we can leave your job site.
We'll leave you.
There's Olivia. Y'all see her? Uh-huh. This is their pressure campaign, running up on people's jobs like this. Harassing them about their missing child.
Stuff that we found out about them, I'd be scared. I'm just saying, you guys can believe what you want to, but we've done a lot of interviews. We've been doing cases like this for a really long time, and we know people just like them. And I would be really worried. And I wouldn't let your kids, if you got young kids around these people.
And you're right. I'm just saying that this isn't the place to do. But if he told you to come out here, then
He told us he wanted to meet us. He didn't specifically say here. We're sick of.
Are you a supervisor? No.
Yeah, 9 o'clock at night. No cameras, alone.
Come along. No cameras, no nothing. I said, you know what? Fine.
Yep, she's lying. She's such a liar.
Doesn't show up. I mean, you want to know?
He plays games.
And see, that's one of the anti-tragedy pimps who is closely patting the ass of and trying to get near Sandy, proclaiming that no, they're lying about how Don wanted them to meet him. This and that. No. Like I said, and Layla, I hope you're not speaking or saying it. Anyway, and you're right on the Alfred Theater money and views manufactured bullshit. The only problem is, it'd be different if this was like Broadway theater or just the drama sector over there, though they commit real crimes in that too and push one another to suicides and death and harm and torment each other to death over serious as fuck. However, it's not just theater. This is hands-on. Layla, miss me with bullshit. I'll get to you in a minute. Sit there, boo-boo. So anyway, the thing is, it's not just theater. Unless it's the worst interactive kind like Lord of the Flies. You literally have these creators trying to get some of us murdered. That's not theater. You have them trying to destroy cases. That's not theater. You have them tampering with witnesses to degrees you cannot imagine. It's not theater. You have them tampering with court services, hoaxes perpetrated upon the FBI on state bureaus investigations and state police and courts in all realms and satelliting situations and taking people's vulnerabilities and trauma and shock and all these things and emotionally and psychologically and all these things and manipulating shit up to insert. Like Layla here. Do you think Layla's here for any good reason? Hey Layla, get this. For starters, okay, if I knew what happened for a fact, we wouldn't went past 6:09 p.m. June 15th. Secondly, you can scream whatever you like at me. I don't give a flying fuck. You're over here to disrupt, distract, and be whatever the fuck it is you are. I am and have always been available to all law enforcement, from feds to profilers to card team to some of the best experts on earth. I've had them face to face, no shit. More interviews and talks than you could ever imagine with them. All detectives, law enforcement across the state and country. We've always offered lie detector tests. We've been told no, not necessary from us. I'm always open to that. I'm open to any help they can give to help jiggle things loose. Any of that shit. And so yeah, I'm gonna go no. And your distraction, your bullshit, whatever the fuck it is you want to feed out my chat, you can turn it sideways, shove it right up your ass. I don't really care. Anyway, we're gonna carry on where we're at now, okay? Alright. Good deal.
He plays games. He's got a 5-year-old kid missing, and he's playing games. I give you my word, Don. I will leave you.
Oh, and Layla, hot take. Part of why I'm here is trying to get real keys to shake loose and real things to shake loose and trying to hunt down other things to help Summer. In the midst of all your tragedy pimps and all your creators and manufacturers and crazies around here who are doing the exact opposite and trying to destroy all of us in Summer's community, witnesses, court case, etc., real evidence, people, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, some of us are trying to do what we can where we can. I wish you were, I don't know. I don't even know what that means. And yeah, you're gonna get blocked, whether it's an hour and 5 minutes. You probably should have shut the fuck up while you were ahead a long time ago. Stayed in the bushes, stayed with your favorite creators. I don't really care. I don't have to look at people like you every day, trolls, etc. I hope that what you came over here and did, though, somehow in your mind helped Summer. Because all you're really doing is contributing to the misinformation and the bullshit and the targeting falsely of all the wrong motherfuckers. It's very helpful. I'm sure the tragedy pimp is trying to help destroy Summer's case, and to do that and to discredit all the real witnesses around Summer in her life. Appreciate what you're doing in all these chats. You've been well trained or well sent. What you're doing is the exact opposite of helping Summer. Fuck you.
You alone and go home. I can only speak for myself, Don. I will leave you alone. You know why you're hiding? It's because we did do our due diligence. $1 million words. We know exactly what happened. My job is your due diligence. Really? Shame on you. Both of you. Just get rid of us.
Is Mr. Tucker available?
Oh, Richard?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
They're playing games. They got a 5-year-old child missing, and they're playing games.
Don, wait, my God.
Look at JLR. Yeah, give him that shot. Look at there's Lydia. There they all are.
Unarmed.
There they all are.
We just want to have a conversation about what happened on June 15th.
Paramount Plus. This is who you gonna support.
Why are you hiding from us? Is it because you can't play us like a fiddle?
She brings out that bullhorn, Don. It's not going to look good.
Try to go on about your day and do what you do. I know the builder wants to believe because of his street. It's one of the things where I guess that's your builder. I mean, if you're working, like you're not digitally out here. If you're here yelling and making people got to turn their heads, there's a law of disorderly conduct inhibits their lawful activities in public, and that means even if you're here screaming and somebody stops what they're doing and turning and looking because you're here screaming yelling, that's taking redeeming disorderly conduct. You technically go to jail for that and be charged. All right. So with this man, I would just let this man do his work. Listen, we all want to find her. We all care about her, all right? But that doesn't mean we can be here yelling on the public street. Okay? No, you're allowed to be on the public street, but we can't be here yelling screaming. You're allowed to yelling screaming.
And we can talk though, right? We can talk.
You can talk, but I mean, don't be here screaming yelling talking to the city, all right?
Meet in places. We just talking just like this. Wouldn't that be convenient? He told us to come see you. And we appreciate you guys. He knows law enforcement knows. There ain't shit they're gonna do to us. You know why? Because we have the Constitution backing us up. The Constitution of the United States is backing us up. And we're going to continue to exercise it. And we're going to continue to exercise the constitutional rights that we have here in America and the United States. We want you locked up. We want to know what you did with Summer. That's what we want. We know exactly what happened to that baby. We know exactly what happened to that baby, Candace. You're a piece of shit mom. Where are all your children? All your children are gone. Every last one of them. And one's dead.
What happened to Summer, Candace? Candace, what happened to Summer?
What'd you do with Summer?
What'd you do with Summer, Candace?
Tell us the truth. Tell us the truth, Candace. Quit hiding from us. Don't you think you've done enough? You guys don't deserve to have jobs. You killed your baby. Buried him.
Hold on. I ain't knowing no more. There we go. All right. Di, you still in here? Please say yes. If you are, just added pants. As you can see, they're up to the same garbage. Hey Layla, how many of you think there's been over this several years? How many? How many exactly like you have targeted all the wrong people? Screaming all the wrong things, but we see here knowing you are. Knowing for a fact, because we know exactly where we stand. Who do you think you're helping? I know she's trolling, Barbie. I know. Thing is, they always take it when I do away with one of them. Box them as a, oh my gosh, see, she just can't stand being confronted about it. See, we're right. Clip, clip, blah. And put it up somewhere. It's not that. I just don't have to look at you motherfuckers do it. And you always come 2 by 2, don't you? Always. I just don't have to. And I'm sick of your all's baiting bullshit, distraction, your garbage. I'm tired of it. Been years of it.
Yeah. How many?
So, I mean, I encourage y'all to go watch that. It's on Whistle Downs. The Paramount piece I can't attest to. But, yeah, here's the thing. And I don't know if I'll watch it. They've all been trying to gear towards TV shows, from MGL Justin Mallory to Olivia to the rest to Jenny's Adrian's Chasings, blah 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 blah. It's what they've been gearing for so much. They've tried repeatedly. Nobody will pick them up. They've always been looking for Discovery Channel shit this year. Ryan Finds Truth is trying to look for fame as well. Note, literally the man said in one of his first videos that the hardest thing he'd ever encountered in his life, placing before his wife and mental illnesses and 10 years of psych issues, and how strenuous that was in their lives. 10 years that was number 2. Number 1 for Ryan was it taking him 7 years to get a fucking episode on the Discovery Channel. Or, I'm sorry, the History Channel, where by that point the woo hair guy and aliens were spread and conspiracy theory shit. And then he suddenly became a goddamn volcanologist and all this other shit too on Canadian TV. I don't know. Now, just tell you everything you really need to know about Ryan. Finds not a truth in the world, nor does he sell one out. I mean, he'll sell all kinds of shit, but it ain't true. The thing is, I've tried to make this very clear since the beginning. These networks, these streaming services, these journalists, the real ones, real media outlets, I mean, everything you can imagine media-wise, really. I think they realize, by this point, and I've tried to make it clear, and this place doesn't seem to get it. These tragedy pimps definitely don't, but of course you've got the wave of the anti-tragedy pimping shit up, like News Nation, the rest, pretending that they're calling up, they've got I'm sorry, I'm not going to turn to a station that's got people like Bullhorn or JLR or any of the rest on it. I'm just not. Sorry. Keep your Nancy Graces and your bullshit over there. I ain't got time for it. I'm not going to take you or your outlet serious. They too, in that way, are playing anti-tragedy pimp. That's why I think News Nation is pretty goddamn disgusting for the most part. And they have people like getting on the ground fist bumping with these motherfuckers. I ain't got time for that either. Taking their own cash apps up, by the way. But what I've understood from the beginning, from my perspective, and from others with fucking any sense, you see, MGL and Justin and Mallory's and the Olivia's and the BBKs and the fucking Deetses and I don't know, was it Deets? No. Annabelle, all these, the Chasings, the Jenny's, Adrian's, after the fame, the shows, the network stuff, the episodes of this, that, and the other, clout, blah, 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 TV shows sold off, pilot episodes of something about them being such good human beings out here doing whatever. And helping in these cases a lot. It's not really working for them, but anybody with any common sense realizes, see, these people, they're trying to sell off these women, children, victims, fighters, survivors, their stupidity and their destruction of cases, real lives, families, communities, law enforcement, right? They're trying to make fortunes, sell TV shows based on the real lives they're really committing crimes in, and the cases are really committing crimes around and trying to destroy and doing a pretty goddamn good job of it by this point. But what most have failed to realize, they are the story. Anybody looking to actually do anything or to make money realizes that the tragedy pimps are the story. They are what the real money can be made off. For far longer than any case will last. Because there are so just gosh darn many of you motherfuckers. So many stories to tell of what you are, who you are, the intrigue, the criminal acts, the big criminal acts, all the nefarious shit, the insidious shit, how you work, what you do in each of these cases. Outing you in front of your communities, your families, law enforcement, courts, outing some of you who are non-identities deep, very fucking criminal. I mean, some of this shit plays out. And it makes any Stephen King, Clancy, suspense, criminal novels look like a fucking kindergarten ABC book. The real shit these tragedy pimps get up to would make great viewing. The depths they go, who they are, all the things. It'd make a longer series than any whodunit 3, 4, 12-part Netflix series, 1 or 2 episode Discovery thing, an ABC doc, this or whatever, right? These tragedy pimps truly are the gift that will keep on giving if exposed, if all things compiled are put into play. The stories about them and how far they really go. The depths of awful and evil and gross and criminal. The emotional, psychological, mental manipulations. The way in which they work in a group effort online and in real life and this and around. These horrifying fucking crimes anyway, and what they do to families, communities, law enforcement, man. Any studio, any writer, they would make fortunes on these tragedy films. More so than they ever would doing a 2 or 3-parter on a missing child. Or a murdered woman. Because how many of those have been? And the smart ones realize that in outing these tragedy pimps with these long ass series or books or anything else, you do indeed bring attention to the case and the victims in the right light. And then you also help enact the change that's needed so that these tragedy pimps are no longer able to do this. Laws may be crafted and specifically for them so that it doesn't impede upon other Americans' rights, just like happened because of Bullhorn, Olivia, and the rest in Florida. And then that terrifies most little cretins, cons, criminals, etc., junkies, pieces of shit, monsters of all varieties from ever coming here on social media and trying to do any of this shit again in open it. See how that works? That's how you stop it, how you get change, and you make bank at the same time. And you get light put in the right way on these cases. It's the truth. So I expect at some point for shit to go real sideways for these tragedy pimps, who for a long time before Summer's case were already being looked at, followed, tracked, cataloged, compiled, who people have been following. I know around us there have been many embedded, real journalists throughout all of this. And they will watch them try to sell their TV shows, then watch people pick up some, parade them around a little bit, be like, is it or isn't it bad? And what these cyber sleuths, and it'll be a 50-50 type of thing, right? And that'll be entertainment for an episode or two. But then see, eventually that will be in the catalog of look. Here are these motherfuckers like Olivia and the rest going, look, I'm on Paramount, and that being their goal and showing what their true goal is, and not really the children or victims and fighters, survivors, their families or communities at all. It's their needful things. I highly suspect certain creators, especially in this low class, low tier shithole, tiny specks of shit on a salad bar place, will soon be confronted with many things. And I know a great deal many think they've gotten away with so much other shit in so many other cases prior to Summers, overlapping, carrying on. Um, and they think this because all of them are like, oh, statutes this, blah, 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 that, blah, blah. You know, federal standalone. All good things and all good time. Where a lot of what they do is carried out by electronic means. It's a different playing field. And some of the shit they've done, much like Jenny, Adrian, Penny, the rest, I don't, I don't think there's really a statute on attempted murder and stuff, targeting of witnesses in that manner, on purpose, outright, and said in the open. Especially via online means. Remember Ziggy had a hand in that too? In a way, Dolly did as well. Blue Solo, a few others, Monster Install as well. Right? But then you also got to think about how they tried to get around Little and do all that shit, and all the little pieces they left they thought were entertainment. Or this there for you all, and they couldn't just not let go by without making a buck or two off of it in our torment. So helpfully they put out a lot of it public right in front of your eyes. Y'all didn't make shit about it, but it was enough. It's always been enough to prove that and what they're doing. And they thought they'd get by with it because nothing's been done to a great deal, many of them, yet. And what they've done in other cases and Summers. And the witnesses and others. You know, the feds and God, they work in mysterious ways and on their own time. Sure do. Yeah, Lori, and I mean, me personally, I know what lawyers have told me about, and where I can show the manipulation and the psych manipulation, and then no real plans being made coming here, and then they just show up at the fucking door with 423 telling me he's out here and all this thing and other, and then placing this hotel and all this shit. I mean, I know we view it as a form of semi-kidnapping, especially since the traffic and all the shit, and they've gotten cars to look just like Monster Install, though Monster Install were driving by too in those days and stalking us there, it was a heightened sense of danger, and we can prove they were doing that. We can prove that, Chase and his group had people they were saying were police outside of here, and that they were threatening us to say things that weren't true about I and Little, and to set us up if we didn't acquiesce and do all this shit, and then pretending that they were working with Chris McDonough to do it, and being told to do it by McDonough, and all these things, man. And placing us in that hotel almost mean I see it and so do others as a form of kidnapping. They're also trying to kidnap an elderly person they and we think they thought was me. That heard certain things. They thought it was me. But either way, they were trying to get their hands on another vulnerable individual, separate them from their families at the time, and such. So there's been several instances of how they sort of manipulate or get near and do things to vulnerable individuals and increase stuff around them, use their the states already and all these things to do that. It is semi form of kidnapping, and it's fucked up. And then like when I was like, okay, I want to leave the hotel, then it's, oh no, we've rented again, and then you're like, it's like something here is not right. I knew instantly it was just wrong. Oh, it was wrong, and then they keep there even longer under this, and it's just this thing, man. And there was never any need for it to be done in the first place, and people don't understand that, and they always sold it as, oh look, she's an ungrateful whatever, blah. No, it wasn't that. Something was very wrong, and the fake feds in play and all this shit. And then these vehicles are parked outside the hotel. I start realizing really quick that the names being given to me as the police supposedly combined shit are not, because I know those police in Sierra, and I know these things are taking place around us, and I know we're in danger, and not just by what we're already in danger and afraid of prior, plus monster and shit, and certain lines and shit. But then by this group, who at this point, I'm like, how are you not terrified when you're at this point? There's fake people watching you, stalking you. You realize at this point it's fake traffic increases, you realize that these are not these people are appearing to be. You're being all these things are happening. There's a fake Fed in play, something strange. You realize you've been put into a place on purpose. You're trying to keep up with everything. You're reporting in real time to the feds. You and head agents are being set up by this group. You're like, holy shit, you're in danger. And at this point, you just get so fucking pissed. And so many things all at once. You're like, you know what? I'm a hunt. Something is. And then you go all the way back to real time, real life, first hours, days, weeks, and months spent inside of Ben Hill. And all these pieces start coming to light, and you're like, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna latch on like a goddamn junkyard dog, and I'm gonna hunt it. I want to know where the truth is. I want to know what these people are doing. I will use my voice to outbend domestic violence, find pieces for summer, hopefully, and the truth, and unweave all the bullshit, and find chicken or the egg, or do whatever is needed in all realms, hopefully, and to keep any more crimes they commit or do against us out in the open in real time, and every day make an effort to be here so that most of it's taken note of in the public, even while we're being eaten alive, attempts to be discredited, all this shit. I'll take it, you know, and I'll do it. I'll keep walking it off. And I'll keep speaking and staying in front of the public and the public eye. Even for me in a day past through and accuse us of whatever XYZ, play into their shit, don't believe us, don't understand, aren't in our shoes, haven't lived all this shit, aren't living it still. Every day I'll make an effort to be here in public to keep us safe, to take note of all the things, including DV shit still revolving, monster revolving, all these things. I'll take the impact just to keep walking and to keep speaking and to keep chilling the world. And to help in whatever way I can and to help where I can when I can to hopefully be as little of a double-edged sword as possible, to try to get other things to pop loose, keys to shake, clues somewhere in all things, but especially around summer. And just find the truth, man. Just find the truth. Of all things. But I have to do so in such a manner throughout all these years. And as they pile on and keep piling on, that it makes it harder by the day, really. To put out things as possibly needed to be, or whatever to shake certain loose things, or to out these fuckers for what they're doing, but without giving them enough to weave their own shit behind till they're done with their this is the final stamp on it, or bow tie shit, that way they can't really go back on without being called out for that too. So I just have to survive and exist and walk through it with baby receipts until it's time for big boy receipts and do whatever, and wait until they just really do the jobs themselves and then slam the truth home and break it apart. But, you know, makes it harder to do what I feel I need to do in ways I need to do it, which is part of their bullshit and everything, right? It's the intent behind a great deal of it. Is to keep things from being known, seen, whatever, but, or believed, or light on anything said, received, etc. And then they get awful pissed a whole lot. It's like Brooks told me yesterday. Hey, your shit makes sense. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, bitch. Not all of it's going to, because it's not meant for you. Well, then why do you put it up? Because it's meant to do other things and meant for other eyes and people and places, like I've always said in the beginning. For real shit to come loose and really go to LE. Not you fucking tragedy pimps. Because I ain't hear about selling off everything, Summer Wells, or the case, or shit y'all shouldn't know, or giving you all enough to wrongly, like, toss shit at all the wrong people and destroy their lives there, and to give them, and it's getting harder because there are things that so many of these pieces, right? They're not what they think they are, but those who need to see them can see them, but the problem is that this place can turn around and make those things something they're not. And use it as content. And I'd rather not give them any more content. And die if you're still here. I can't see you. I still cannot see you on Restream for some reason. But yeah, that's Whistle Downs. I've posted the link on the community page over there. And if Whistle Down has a problem with playing, it's more than have no problem private in the video. But often people around don't pay attention to some of the better things that do actually come out off and on from some of these creators. And like I said earlier, Whistledown did one of the best pieces exposing Jenny and Adrian, Crama and Gavel, etc. And the rest of this group and all these tragedy pimps for the bullshit around summer that I've ever seen done. And so Whistledown releases pieces like this do tend to sit up, and often she doesn't get the views she deserves on it. So my contribution to the clicks and subs and views of her, y'all do good to check her out. She does do quality pieces. And I really wish she'd do some on certain things, and I really do. That need to be outed. That are some of the worst things. And connect the dots and do some of that. She could be such a wonderful help and tool to actually help. think these cases and missing and murdered, and to stop tragedy pimps and what they do and how their crimes, their real crimes, not just their goofiness or their shenanigans or what's seen as, the out front shit. But I think that if she would also put together a lot of the behind the scenes shit and the proof and evidence, like, and tie these people down and show exactly how far dark and deep they're going, she'd be one of the best creators on the webs for outing them and helping do that in the name of these missing and murdered women and children and victims, to help law enforcement courts to bring change. Amen, that. Oh dear. Barbie, who are you talking to? What to do this thing on? Let's see. Um. Hmm. Darren Cryer, he has no rights or custody, and he will not be given any, so I'm not worried about it. She's not even proven to be his, etc. He's to leave her alone, not be even speaking of her, mentioning her name, or talking about her in any capacity. So you can see he's violating that separate order from mine his past few days. And as always. But he has no hope in hell of them. So I'm not worried about that. Oh God. But yeah, yeah. Hold on. Hmm. Good Lord. There's a whole abundance in here today. Alright. Uh, Okay, Di. I can't see half of those, and I know it's because I've been on quite a mission lately. Um, to just box motherfuckers everywhere on the streets and all the creators' chats. Uh, just so I can pick them out when they come over here. Um, I'll deal with it in a bit. Uh, and then I've just been watching theirs with other accounts and recording that way and whatnot. But typical shit, right? But on mine, I've been hammering the fuck away. That way I can have an instant. Oh! But it's been so much lovelier when I've chosen to watch anywhere lately. I had to look at but like 3 people. It's great. Makes them a bit more tolerable. Yeah, I don't know what the hell or why Di. Now I can see Di on my regular stream, but I can't see her on restream. That's been going on a while. Unless something accidentally got touched or freaking cat or something back there. So I don't know. Gotta go into restream somehow. Take her out of the box. Because she shouldn't be. And she has to be somewhere. So, unless when I've been scrolling through chats up here, text have been in her fucking cat tail or some shit, especially when I've had to walk away and have them as mods. I don't know what the hell's happened, but yeah, on Restream I can't see that, but I can see her on the other. So, we don't know. But there's also an abundance of many others that are visible on neither, which shows me a lot of things. Anyway, this group, they're bullshits. It's endless, really. So, never stops, man. Been that way for years now. For years. To a breadth and scope you can't imagine. Yeah. And it's another thing they're missing. Um, I could see if it's real people really going to some capacity to really investigate whatever, keeping most of it offline, and it was in like, say, and I'd seen them do that in cold cases. You know what I mean? Of course there would be travel costs there, fine. If they did all the right things for all the right reasons in real ways, really carefully and known to Ellie to be doing it, and were trained in some capacities for, I mean, but that's not what these people are about, and, they, in every case, it's also the same song and dance, man. They'll tell you that somehow they who are not anywhere around nor know any of these victims, survivors, fighters, families, communities, law enforcement, and that shit. They're just random asshole criminal junkie con artist liars behind icons. They're nobody to any of these people, things, events, and they have people mindfucked. into thinking they're helping, but what they're actually doing is trying to harm on purpose and destroy these cases. And they're willing to destroy lives, get people murdered, harmed, all this sort of shit, and they're being paid for it, dude. In the same and while they're doing that, and they're destroying people's real lives in and around these communities, their ability to work, maintain work, their ability to access all kinds of things. I mean, downright to fucking being unboxed or free in any way, not stalked. Can't even go seek medical care, these types of things that exist around a great deal many of us, where they get people fired, reputations bothered, this, that, the other, blah, blah. They make bank while they actually cut people off from all ability to do anything financially. They take people down, dude. They cost these communities and members of them and everybody else around these cases fucking fortunes, and it's part of the push-in effort they think they're doing too. But it's to mind fuck you all and make you all think that there's all this cash rolling in for all these suspects and all sorts of shit, dude. No. And that somehow their criminal junkie con artist sells with longer records than any who they proclaim are sus or in anything, deserve to be paid for what, coming and screaming at us, so showing you a party once a year they make bank off of, that they go back and sell you all dirt and destroys reputations, ability to maintain or get or keep jobs, or they stalk us to certain degrees where we can't get, or they keep us boxed and happen to be places to protect or this the other first or all this other shit, and then they keep us that way. It's a form of that, and they're the ones making money on it, not all of us. And they'll tell you that all of, like, anybody running a case, babysitter, the Anons, me, Allie, whatever, right? It's just like Brooks and it's like, and Trevor and the rest, and everybody. That's just the most recent example. And I think Ziggy might have said it too the other day, but they all do at one point or another, 9 billion times a day. They'll swear we inserted. Now, I'm sorry. I'm really not. But I would say that all of us here on the ground who were hunted, acquired, prices put on our heads to acquire us by any means necessary, those of us like myself and my children who stayed non-public were one of the last to come forward. We only did the WJHLPs, all that shit, which we had, this group and all, it's just days before coming to, contact in September, but we did the interview on the grounds finally that it would only be about summer. It's the only way I would agree to one. And that it would stay focused on. Because we knew soon I'm chasing Cam and all them were having their own interviews. I'm like, I'm not playing that shit because I knew it was going to play roles into the scamathon and the bullshit, building these tragic and stuff. I'm like, whatever, we're going to have it. But, anyway, and like at that point, we did that interview with, we had people literally stalking us, recording us, watching us, stalking journalists, whole nine, then tailgating us and threatening us and all this shit back home that night in dangerous ass ways, and then threatening us and threatening my children and to kidnap them and all this other shit. In these vague ass hint ways they think, went unknown or couldn't be reported. But see, when you have compiling of all this shit over the time, it changes things. But it's because they wanted to know what was said in that WJHL interview, what all was said to journalists and shit about what they already knew I was calling them out over, which was a scamathon and shit. They were afraid what I'd said about the fake Fed to officials or to journalists. And they did make a great effort to terrify us and scare us with my minor child in the car that could have killed her that night. I mean, they were literally this close to the bumper. And hold on, that's a little or so. Wow. Seriously? Is there some reason? Look at this, y'all. This is what I get. Yes, I'm pregnant with quadruplets. Oh dear. Now y'all know good and well those of you sitting here. I know we all know this is a troll, okay? A goofy one at that. What's the point? Now, y'all have been around here long enough to know that I've lost astronomical amounts of weight. Not gained. Far from it. I wish. I wish. And yeah, I continue to drop. It's fucking stupid and I hate it. My poor astronomical PJ and clothing collection. I do miss all my PJs. And my ass. I'm not sure where my ass took off to, but it left a while back, about a year plus ago. I was like, oh my god, it hurts to sit down. I don't like this. Where the fuck did my thighs go? What the fuck is going on here? You know, most women get pissed. Like, they're like, yay, I lost weight. Me, I go to the oncologist and everywhere else. I'm like, God, another 20 fucking pounds. What the fuck is going on? Yeah. No! Yeah. Probably the only bitch on earth that's like, please, please, fat ass, come back. You know? It's irritating. Okay? I like being a thick girl. It's just where I'm at with it. And, now my conditions are currently eating into my muscles and destroying those. True story. Just doing a hell of a number on filtering organs too. But anyway, yeah. So I've always been a thick girl, and it's mostly really all been muscle for the most part, but you know, thick on top of. Anyway, so the point is, why couldn't think of anything better today for the troll than "Are you pregnant?" Seriously, was the best they had today? Fucking for real? They're not sending the best. Um, it's just not. And for those out there apparently not in the know, I would have always looked at like a fucking dozen. After I did, I was like, well, I kind of like this, so like I want a dozen, but um, I wasn't gonna allow any more with Monster and hook up doing certain shit on purpose. Um, what happened to my voice? Are you okay? Hold on, we'll get to this one in a minute. Um, but yeah, I was not gonna allow any more with Monster, and so I have a form of birth control that yeah, also for the remainder of my life, I won't take risks on certain shit because of the radiation and cancer treatments and all these. So, and I couldn't survive a pregnancy. It would be too hard, and especially my heart. So, I'm not gonna, and time's finite for me anyway, so I have no intentions of having any more children. And so there's that. But whatever, bro. So anyway, and on to what happened to my voice. Am I okay? See, here's what the fuck went down, okay? I got into a fight with a pirate. I did. I got into a whole ass fight with a fucking pirate with a hook. May have been Captain Hook himself, like full on Jolly Roger style. But as you can see, oh, that bastard, he got me from like ear to almost ear and in my chest with the scars and shit. I mean, man, he got me good. He got me good. Yeah, straight up Captain Hook. Fancy multi-million dollar necklace he left me with. Look at all the bits he took out though. You like it? It does make for a great canvas. I don't know, but yeah. So it was this whole ass fight. Okay. He straight fucked me up. I damn near did not make it out of like Mermaid Cove, bro. I mean, he pulled all the things out here as opposed to here. It was terrible, but I made it, man. Unfortunately, he got most of my voice box and my core. It like, bro, something. But yeah, I'm okay. Yeah. So, pirate life, man. Um, you definitely want to probably avoid it. Never start shit with a hook-handed pirate. Can end tragically. Oh, vaping helped you after pirate attacks? Holy shit. But thank God smoking actually decreases the risk of pirate attacks on this particular thing. Lord. I don't know how I got so lucky. But, yeah, I gotta tell you, no, not in any realm would vaping versus smoking have affected any pirate attacks. Nor will it still. And it will change nothing. So I'm gonna enjoy myself any way I fucking choose or see fit. Until the end comes. You do you, bro. I'll do me. Maybe quit preaching to other people about their pirate attacks. And otherwise. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I wonder if these same trolls will go over there to like Miss Christine 5 billion and is it Perplexed or one of them or any of y'all right now going through this? You think they go say the same to you? You think they are right now? Do you think they're trolling Christine 5 billion or this? Am I right? Am I right? Are they preaching to them? Are they telling them how they should eat more lettuce? Or not done XYZ? Or any of the many other creators who seem to be facing journeys who made fun of and made livings off of my little pirate changed voice and terrorized, tormented, made whole ass channels of it, much like an angel and the rest. You think they're trolling any of those now? Nah, but not. But not. Should have ate more lettuce. Should have drank more milk. How about the water? And I do like lettuce, but it is mostly. I like vegetables. Fruit. And Barbie I've always. There was this one kid I remember, and I've told many stories about, like, after first set of stuff. There's this bitch in Starbucks, bro. And it was during the height of the pandemic, and I had been, like, man, I was fresh out of the hospital. Tubes and collection things to where it collect all the everything had all these bulbs and tubes everywhere, but I'd had them hidden and pinned inside of my jackets and things. But you could still see the tubes and all that coming out. My head stitches still ran supreme, and I was terrified. But man, my pap and all that stuff was going on, all these things. I went to Starbucks to get coffee. And this fucking bitch, really, was like, ew, that's so gross. You shouldn't be in public. You shouldn't be blah, blah, blah. I was like, holy fuck, are you serious? Or are you dead ass right now, lady? But yeah, this bitch really told me to get the fuck up out of Starbucks because I was disgusting. I bet you if it had been hers and her family members or anything and going through cancer, dude, could you imagine something like that if it had been her and her family? Hell no, they'd lost their shit, But yeah, even then, full tilt, everything still half held on, stitched together, my voice barely squeaking, I couldn't over whisper else or shit. There's always people staring at mine, took it as an opportunity to, I'm like, it's this type of cancer, here are warning signs. Even at that point, it hurts so bad to speak, man. But hoping that would help others, right? Recognize warning signs, and there are very few in this type anyway. I was a little different, but anyway, so I didn't mind it. I didn't mind people staring and stare. It was the ones that did so with ill intent and the disgust looks and that stuff. And the kids, I really never did mind. I always found it kind of cute, and I'd laugh at them because I could see I could be terrifying, right? You're a kid, you're looking up at some lady, heads like, even after you'll remove tubes, they're like, holy shit, this woman's head's been cut off. And the kids, they don't mean it. They're just staring, like, what the fuck? Right? They're innocent, But to make them more comfortable, less terrified or having nightmares, because, little ones, I still have to go out in public, so I do certain things. But I didn't want them going home and having nightmares about some lady they've seen in town. Because you know how little ones, their minds work later on at night when their brains are processing their days or things that scared them that they didn't have answers for. And it puts all that stuff together for all of us in a dream state. And it's how we work, right? And I didn't want to be responsible for some kid's nightmare who had no answers, and their parents probably didn't either, and only speculation. So often I'd sort of been down, or I'd tell them, I'd talk to them, make sure to let them know, and I'd, always ask the parents, is it okay if I explain, but I'd always make up some little tale, about like, oh, so, like, and it would be a good ending to have a way or hero thing, or their parents were cool with it, or or I would tell the parents would explain that it was cancer, it was this and the other, and that way the kids had an idea, but I always try to leave it in a cute and a funny manner so that it wouldn't bother them in a way that made life or prospect of cancer. You know how often when you're little you're scared for your parents or life when you first start discovering life and death, and then you start worrying about, oh my God, my parents are gonna die. So, there's that period of your life when you're young to where it happens. And I didn't want to be responsible for children thinking or starting to come to that awareness of life and death. And having those moments kicked in because of me, and seeing me out in public. So, yeah, I always try to be easy about it. And in ways to where it wouldn't bother them. Those who seemed to be bothered by it, some were just exceptionally curious. Some of those kids, they weren't always my favorite at first. Like they'd point, they'd do whatever, and didn't mind. But then they come to me like, "Was that like an alligator? Was this like a fucking unicorn attack? What happened, lady?" Especially when their parents weren't paying much attention. I'm like, "Yeah, sure, that's what happened." And they would tell me some of the greatest little tales, and I always thought that was pretty cute. And I don't mind it in the least. But they're kids, man. But some of these damn adults out here, they're terrible. As you can see online. Hell, they made whole ass channels. Look at Angel. She got channels because Tiffany built her up to be my translator, like I was goddamn Lassie. And that's when they said in that whole you can't understand Marble Mouth and all that, and she mumbles and go over here if you really want to know what's going on. Read the transcripts for you. That's what Angel did. That's how she has a name and a channel, and yeah, that was part of it. And it was a way to direct people for me, make people think or believe they couldn't understand me. And I do understand some days. Sometimes it is. Right? I get that. Um, but there was no need on shit, and it was done on purpose. It's also a really terrible thing to do with someone who was supposed to be muted and said, okay, we're going to mute me today. And only had like 2 minutes warning of that and said, all right, let's do it. And went in expecting to wake up with no voice ever again for the rest of their lives. And a domestic violence survivor trying to outrun and outlast their abuser and monster. This place knew, because they were monsters and abusers themselves, the tactics. One of those was trying to use Angel and the rest to silence someone who feels a certain way about being silenced. That includes a survivor, fighter, etc., around disabilities, cancers, that have almost taken their goddamn voice from them entirely, and domestic violence survivors and fighters. They knew how that would feel and what it would mean, and this place cheered it on and applauded it and helped build these channels to do it. And now I get to hear how Angel's such a good fucking human being. And so out here just doing the best and the Lord's work and all this, and I'm never gonna forget who and what she is and where she came from. Now they did try to eat her at one point, as y'all recall, a while back. They did, because she wasn't getting in line. Certain things were shaking. Right. All that shit. Oh yeah. Where they tried to do that. She's trying to kill her. All this other crap around her too. But that was done because she wasn't doing what they wanted done. But I'm never gonna applaud any creator I watch build up on me. Or watch people call them good human beings when I know what they're capable of. Until they build up, they used me to build these channels, to have their voices heard, to do whatever it is, their meaningful thing. And do so on bullying, trying to discredit, terrorize, torment, and my children, the rest. And then, once they built up enough, then they turned into other things or calling out creators, doing what, well, you can't build your channel on all that shit and come from evil and then swap once you've done your channel building on me and what a million have, and that type of terrible, awful goddamn shit, and then be like, but look, it's okay now, I'm different. It's not okay. It shows me that you're willing to do very terrible things to other human beings for yourself gain, and then pretend you're a good human being. I'll never buy it. It's like, Smiley over there applauding and clapping the ass of Annabelle Honeys, right? We all know where bitch came from. We all know what her and Dino, Days, the rest did to I and the children. Tell me that bitch is good. Let me play y'all the clips again. Hell, some of them are down here in the video and short section. They were calling my child a murderer, insinuating shit, terrorizing us, had extra channels running where they delete the lives to where I couldn't report in real time, where the channel, all these things. Voting on changing my kids' names so they could outright terrorize a minor online. All the terrible things Annabella did to us and my children, and participated in this group that's done all this. No, there's no forgiveness. And then they always do the curse for shit. They reach out, try to be your buddy once they've turned into a better channel, and they're like, I'm real sorry about it, and and Jody, you don't understand what was happening back. Yeah, you're a terrible fucking human being who's willing to do whatever it takes to build your YouTube channel, and then you're going to pretend now that you're an okay, decent human being, though I know what lows you'll go to if it means you. You'll do it to women, children, survivors, fighters, victims, and then you'll turn your channel around and pretend that you're really heckin' sorry, or you'll try to mind fuck me or gaslight me into thinking what I see and experienced and have proof that you did right out in the open, and otherwise with a group online didn't exist or happen. Bitch, do you think I've not seen this for decades of my own life and face to face every day with monsters of all varieties, including our own? I know what these people are. And you're not gonna come here and be like, but what you see, what you did, it's not what you think, and well, you're wrong, and they can still trust you all. Ain't gonna sell to me ever. And once I see how a little person can go like that, it means they'll do it again. It means they're always capable of doing that again. So no, sorry, not sorry. There's no forgiveness here for me, and I know all these creators will do it again and again and again to the public. As in new members, chat subs, they'll do it in other cases and active investigations. They most likely do it in their real lives to others around them, and they're just detrimental all the way around. And I can't trust people like that. I won't. You don't get second chances from your forgiveness. So, and I see you ever fuck with my children, and nah, I'm good. No, not ever. So, there's that. I don't know what to tell you. But they expect it because this is how these people operate in these groups and online. They're used to being able to pull drama and bullshit, gaslight, word salad, mindfuck each other, subs, chats, whatever, right? They're used to being able to go, oh, drama, 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 fighting, whatever. We've done this, we've done fake DCS calls this, fake hoax calls, swatting calls to this other creator and their families. But now look at us 6 weeks later. We're frenzies and look, we're up on the panels with each other and oh, it's okay what you did. I'm not that bitch. I'm a real fucking human being. I'm not a creator or manufacturer. I've never been into the drama shit. I'm not of the girl, female type world either. I'm not of the type nor have ever been in my lifetime. To where people do foul ass shit like that to me and then I let it go or forget or forgive. There is none of that. Never has been, never will be. It's not my type of thing. And I don't mean this in a way against all females or others, I'm just saying that there is a habit amongst females, and probably males too, but and I've seen more of an increase in that as decades have gone by, but there is a habit to where females, even in person, like our whole lives, where, well, whatever. They fight, fuss, argue, start drama, fuck each other's boyfriends, do whatever, husbands, brides, whatever the hell it is. And then they're all okay again and friends again 3 days later. No, no, I've never been that type. We don't do that. We don't operate that way. I'm not into the drama. I'm not into shit like that. Nope. And I was taught education and books and do no harm but take no shit. And I have no need to be friends with nor have I ever been with people who do shit like that. Enjoy that type of world and shit in their lives. And enjoy it or otherwise, and then are friends again. It never made sense to me. It's like, why would I open my doors back up to you? You know? I'm not going to. Um, I just wasn't raised like that. And I don't like that type of thing. And I'm often, obviously, throughout my life, I had monsters contend with face to face. I didn't need no extra. You know what I mean? Especially no baby fight extra. Bitch, I was trying to keep me murdered every day. Do you think I need to hear about you and Felicia or whoever else in your fucking drama, or I need some extra shit? Hell no, I didn't. So, it's just not the way I've lived my life, and it's not the people had in place around me in my life that are my friends and things. And honestly, sincerely, most of my friend groups my best friend. Um, for most of my life, it's always been male. And not to say they can't get up to their own fucking drama, because good lord, especially as we got older, I think it was a midlife thing with my male friends. But it was because they got in all their own, mostly relationships and shit. And wildly enough, online ones. So, and a couple other things here and there, but yeah, but I just, I'm just not about that shit. I'm about books, not mint juleps, you know what I mean? Calm shit and stormy waters, not extra shit. My idea of a good night is not listening to someone on the phone. It's about her and 12 other chicks who are in some sort of fight about some shit I could give a fuck less about, quite frankly. That you can't say shit in, or they're gonna bring you into that shit. They're not gonna follow any advice. They're actually asking you for it the time. And then they're gonna turn around and allow those bitches right back into their life in 3 days. So there's no point. It's all useless. It's time filler. It's garbage. It's just asking for trouble. Be pulled in shit. Want no part of. Useless. So it's kind of how I've rolled most of my life, as far back as I can remember. I thought that shit was stupid in grade school. Wasn't my thing. It's middle school, high school, same shit applied. Still applies for me. Even as a kid, I'm thinking, what the fuck is wrong with these other kids around me? What's wrong with you? You know? I'm just, who the fuck raised you people? You know? It's like, even as far back as I remember, it's like, you'd watch the fights over guys and things like that. Especially, right? Late grade school, middle school, high school, etc. I never could figure that out. Like, I'd watch my friends and others around us, whatever, and they'd fight over some guy or other, and jealous sales or shit. Why, man? Why? Why are you fighting over some dude? Why are you calling out each other names? Or why are you doing this sharing? And half the time the dude's responsible, he's the one playing everybody, you know. Like, why the fuck are you not blaming that dude? Why are you blaming each other and turning on each other and fighting over some useless piece of shit? I mean, like, I know we're like young, but Jesus, what the fuck's wrong with you? But even as a kid, I remember thinking that way. I ain't got no time for that. I've never been the type to compete with other women. I ain't gonna fight over no dude. I'm not gonna do that. Now, I'll call a fucking dude out for cheating and being a fucking piece of shit and always after something, as you can see. You know, that type of shit. But, and I'll straight up confront a bitch if you're fucking with whatever. But I'm gonna fucking tell him about it too, you know what I'm saying? And I always have. But, I'm not gonna compete with no bitch. And I have no need to. Never have. And what's this saying about any dude, worth taking can't be taken? And, any bitch who's stupid enough to be cheating and like taking others anythings, well, she's just the next bitch on the chopping block. If something can be taken and you take it, it's not yours either. You're just the next. And any relationship started with cheating. Well, neither party can then trust the other, can they? That's what they live in for the rest of. They know what both are capable of, don't they? Never ends well. But either way, I was always taught, to respect myself and, to love myself the way I am. And, I'm not going to compete with anyone. So I've never had the jealousy shit or anything like that either as far as looks, stuff like, I wish I was this chick, I wish I had that butt, I wish I had these lips, and oh my god, whatever. I'm not like that. I'm not built that way either. I'm just me, man. And I like me just the way I am. So, and, um, it's like all these other females are taught to do that shit by society, um, commercialism, fashion houses, makeup brands, shit that are meant to sell you things throughout time and history, as long as we can all remember. And, it's very detrimental to us and our brains and the way we function and patterns we can't get out of, and, it's terrible. But, I just, I don't know, man. I just wish all of us could walk through life with confidence and love for ourselves and no competing and no jealousy and all this other shit, or buying into we have to have a bigger butt or an ass or lips or boobs or whatever the fuck it is they're trying to sell someone this week, that week, the next week, and tearing each other apart for it. And are all of us dumb enough to fall for this whole pitting against one another instead of holding those in the middle accountable, you know? Infighting amongst ourselves over stupid things that aren't even worth it. It is enhanced, it is, yeah. And it's part of how Monster used me. Uh, but then use that against me to play them and to play everybody around them too. It was a fucking giant. It's a stupid game. I can prove he was cheating a million different times. Even his own words and remittances and shit, right? He's lied to her, he's lied to the world, he lied to the rest of them, same song and dance, blah blah blah, trained me the same way to have to chase, found up finances to make that forced. And then in the middle, leads where I was bitching, but I was bitching or trying to get my feelings known during safe times to do so when I could speak. And he was a distance away to be able to do it somewhat safely. And then that used, be like, look, all she does is with people around and be like, oh, see, it's funny. He's fucking sticking his dick in something else. You know, and it wasn't. And then he would sell them the story that, look how mean she is. Mean. You know, all this other crap to the news pleasure, and most of them are too smart to buy it. Not all, as you can see, but most are too smart to buy it, and they would contact me, etc. Last few I didn't give a shit about. I knew they were present. There was a couple at the same time as Stall. There's been overlapping, but think that one's going to believe that? No, because he's still selling that story. Like, he come on here and said it out. Look, I've only been with two people. Bullshit. Got it in his own goddamn words. Bullshit. And him admitting to cheating. I mean, all the things are all things. And y'all just don't even know. The half of it. But hey, whatever life suits, bro. Whatever life suits. But then, like, he would often do that. Like, he'd cheat, right? And he'd get close to being psycho bitches, whatever latched on. It went too far, also crap. And then he'd do these things where he's at, working at General Center to quit the jobs, do whatever. He'd start leaving me enough clues to her, and it was my cue to start breaking it down. You know what I'm saying? And it would get him out of that situation. Then I'd never truly get answers, at least not for him, but generally the other bitches. And then once I figured it out for sure, then I get beat for it. And then on top of it, it was a way to always him to try to script behind and be like, no, so and so's like this, that, and whatever's happening. You know. And then that creates that sense of, well, you can't trust a motherfucker. And then he uses that when you're questioning everything they do. And when they're cheating again, to go, oh, you're always questioning me. It's not true. It's like, bitch, do you not remember you got cold ass caught dead to rights and admitted to it just like 3 months ago? Now you're telling me you never had? What the fuck? You remember beating me in the bathroom and then you getting caught in the bitch on the phone and you being like, oh, and then you're like, but what the fuck do you mean? And it, just a whole rinse, repeat, reset. So yeah, he's still telling you and everybody else the world. It's always his story to every bitch too. He's only been with two. And that's what he come here from the world saying. With her sitting right beside him, she's a dumbass. I don't know what to tell you. I really just don't. But the thing is, like, they all proclaim I'm jealous. I'm this. I want that back. I want whatever. He's the best. Blah, blah. I was where, look, bro, if y'all really think I didn't date better looking and better men and this and other than that thing throughout my life, I hate to tell you some shit. You think they couldn't always go out and get better than, still could not? I hate to tell you something. That thing was so not my type. And it's kind of what made it work when it worked here and there, but that thing was not even remotely my type. Not ever. Loves a dumbass, so. But, yeah, no. Not even remotely my type. And, on a scale, if you go by looks, it was a -2 for what I usually do. So, there's that. I don't know what to say. I was the best it was ever going to get. Not the other way. That's why I was kept boxed so mightily, and told so to my face, and treated so, provably so. And that's why I was always kept. Well, I did whatever it did. Some of the nastiest shit out there. Uh, it kept me, and I was this up here, but it went for low class, trash, gross shit. Old women's kinks, prostitutes, and they're just nasty bitches, bro. You should see pictures of half of them. Jesus Christ. And what they had, you just don't even know. You just don't even know. Um, but had a complex. But the whole mission you think would be to upgrade, not downgrade. But its whole thing the entire time we were together was to always fuck things that were an absolute downgrade. To cheat on me with shit that was absolutely a downgrade. And I don't mean just by looks either. I mean personality, criminal shit, junkie shit, dope shit, trash shit. So I was kept as a prize in a box, and then it would go fuck the worst of the worst things. You know? That's a problem. Lori, why are we talking about going armed and such? Anybody wanna... What? Am I missing comments here? I have to be, right? Lori, are you speaking to me? Or someone else in chat I can't see? Oh, enhance the dude like straight. And I think I've said it before. Really would use my intelligence or love of reading or anything to abuse me. The first few times, man, I accidentally laughed the first time. He was like, I mean, outright in this extreme manner that was like, fuck you and your goddamn brain and your IQ and your Mensa buddies and whatever. I was like, I didn't know. I thought, I know I'd take it. My brain went, laugh. And I did, because it was hilarious. And then I got my ass beat. He really meant it. My intelligence and my brain and everything else bothered them. Because it's how you got caught, too. Um, no, I can't. But let it be for right now for reasons. Yeah, it is pretty warm here today as well. It's like high 60s. Glad the rain stopped. It was supposed to last a bit. And it's drying up some of that from the snow and flooding and everything else. Yada yada. Such an odd day. Hmm. Yeah, I know, Barb. It's supposed to go back to freezing here in the next day or two. Like freaking 0 and below again. I'm just like over it. Welcome to East Tennessee. 71 day and 70 below the next. Anyway, my poor eyes, y'all. One of these days I'm gonna get some damn glasses once I get my health straightened out and eye shit taken care of, because they definitely correlate. Till one's fixed, I can't get the other taken care of. It'd be a great day when that happens. I think about 3 hours. Um, we got quite a bit of snow here, weirdly enough, inside the Eastman bubble. But anyway, and I think I forgot to say thank you to the person who does sticker somewhere in here. Oh, it's Barbie. Okay, thank you, Barbie. I appreciate that. Bill money is bill money, bro. Um, as far as you get before falling in the ocean, it does kind of. Falling in the ocean sounds like a good idea. I don't know here, man. When the blizzard came, um, dude, we got astronomical amounts, and it went around for months. Shit didn't go anywhere. We were having to ride horses around to check on our elderly neighbors and to get food to one another and to share canned goods, all these things we had, um, make sure everybody was taken care of community wide. And that was for weeks. I've not seen a snow like it since. But we do often have quite a bit of snow, but not right here in the bubble around Eastman. But you can go just a couple miles, like on Ben Hill, we'd have tons, bro. And then I'd come out here to visit family, and it was sunny and 75 and no snow, not a speck on the ground. But couldn't even make it out of Ben Hill for a week or two because of snow. Chemical plants, man, they have a way about them. And it's literally just a few miles from Ben Hill to here. Yeah, that's how drastic of a fucking change. And you can tell, like, you can see that shit. It's like being in the dome, right? That's why this time we were like, man, we usually are like, ain't getting shit here, but if we go within a certain radius, and then we'll see, we're good here and I need to rush out for milk and shit. But then it's like, well, shit, this one time. So there's a little bit of snow until it piss poured yesterday, and fog and ice and emergency services and cops, everybody, and it's like, all hell was raining down. Which, that goes back onto the tragedy pimps and their bullshit list. They didn't give a fuck if they pulled emergency services who were already inundated last night with real emergencies off of real shit to come fuck with us somewhere. Even if it costed other people out here on the roadways and such, they're fucking lives. They're having a good time with it. It's dumber than fuck. And the increase in traffic, I was wondering why yesterday. It was their little stalkers and all this there, and I'd seen a couple cars that I knew to be around with this group. I was wondering why that increase in particular, and it's because they really thought that, and it's what they often do. They'll do all that shit with the police, call them, do whatever, and then they have those come by trying to get pictures of police in the driveways, or they'll wait on the scanner calls, or they'll do whatever. So that's why, by last night, I was like, pissed with bullshit. Still pretty pissed that they're playing games with law enforcement and shit, and targeting us with fucking horse shit. Knowing what was happening here yesterday was just EMS and police and shit, just absolutely miserable out in that weather. People having accidents left and right. Thought roadways needed to be policed, and here are these fucking assholes like Ziggy and Liplock and everybody else playing those games. And it could have potentially cost some their lives if Elliot ever bothered to fuck with it. But they know who and what these are. So, and they know how many calls of fuck shit they've done in and around their lives. They're pretty sick of shit. But, and how many times they've been used to target us and harm us. And hoaxes and shit. These police here, they're well aware. So anyway, I still don't appreciate it. I mean, think about it. And they've been able to do that. Last night, they would have taken cops off fucking roadways where cops needed to be. You have no idea how foggy, how many ice patches were left, the rain, the flooding, the ice hiding under the water and shit. People couldn't see, and I mean, all the shit. I mean, you have no idea. It was bad. And last night, these roads needed to be policed more than I've seen them in a long time. And They're over there putting the pebbles in chat to have fucking calls put in and used. And those cops could have been taken from places had that happened and then put out here. And in the meantime, roadways not lit up. A cop needed to be placed where they were, and it costed somebody or a van full of children their fucking lives. While those, like, your favorite creators get off on their bullshit. Ain't nobody lying about the fucking danger, or even to them to imagine these motherfuckers being the one to create the danger, to set off shit. It's even now pointing back to them and others that can get people fucking killed, and then them having the fucking audacity on top of it, make more content on that bullshit by then sending or trying to send police to you to target you to get more content off of. They have stalkers coming by to watch it, get pictures of it, and to fuck with you some more. Imagine that. Do you know what kind of bizarro fucking world that is? It's one we will have to walk through with Tragedy Pinville. And it's very abuser-like. It's like Monster. You know, they beat you, you feel some type of way about something happens, there are repercussions or consequences from whatever they did to you, right? Then whatever sets off because of whatever they did to you, then they hold you responsible for. They say it's your fault, and then they use it to abuse you some more. That is literally how Monster would tell me that I deserve shit this air, but it is exactly what these creators do to you. And then on top of all that three thing, they then use it to make more money on our backs, names, hashtags, Summer's case, this, the other, to provide entertainment for you all, and to put us even further in harm's way, and to terrorize us some more, to also try to discredit in front of Ellie, all these other things, temporarily. I mean, it's just, what you're seeing is just, it's insane. And it is very different being here as opposed to just somebody watching it online and pretending or thinking, or just because we're an image or a video or you've never met a person. We're not human. These things don't count. You don't think about how far they're going, what they actually cause in real life. It's not entertainment, man. We're real humans. This is our real community. This is our real life, real cases, real this, real law enforcement. We're not just a flat image, a speaking head, a thing on YouTube. And in that you can see, like last night with those pebble drops, you get others to do their dirty work for them, and them blue and whatever. It's one of those, they use you as buffers to do all this shit to help target all of us too. Get y'all inundating police forces, and none of you think, shit, there might be some real shit going on. And when I make these calls, I'm potentially taking a police officer, EMS, or anybody else off these roadways or wherever they're at other investigations or off other cases, or I'm wasting time that may cost another case, or it may cost real people or real children their lives, or falsely calling services of any kind could keep those like Costa, DCS, any of those from helping real children in real need instead of targeting and tormenting children falsely for tragedy events and otherwise who fed you on narratives. You're actually helping cause murders, harm, mayhem, chaos, the loss of lives, children really not being helped, taking police off of things and detectives off of things and agents' times off of things they need to do, all for funsies and entertainment because some creator out here, some con artist, piece of shit, monster, junkie, garbage human being behind an icon, fake name, 9 identities deep, Made you believe false narratives, false bullshit. Made you think you were doing the right thing, virtue signaling, whatever, that you're really helping the babies, you're really helping this, you're really doing whatever, and you're not. You're doing the exact opposite. The exact opposite for these creators. You're helping them fuck up shit. Real people's lives, real children's lives. There are no harm, risk, danger, in that shit. You're helping them fuck up real human beings and be their weapons and shit to harm people in real communities and witnesses and shit around real active and open investigations. You're helping them destroy these cases. They're using you as the buffers to do it, to try to get away with it. So when they ask y'all to do that, or give you the idea, or you sit and think after leaving chat, should I call, should I not, blah, 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 whatever. Well, they're telling me this, that, and the other. I'm worried, you know. They're doing that on purpose. They're using you, and they're weaponizing you to do their dirty work for them. And chances are, there's not a goddamn thing wrong, other than the shit they fed you to make you believe that, and then to make you become their spear points and weapons of destruction in and around these cases, and to target witnesses and community members, and to out people, and to manipulate situations, and emotionally and psychologically help in a way, heightened sense, PTSD, terrifying children, all sorts of shit, to where they can inset on them during vulnerable moments and shit like that. You all are used in ways you cannot even imagine. And it's awful. It's fucking awful, man. Indeed, Enhanced, they do set up these events. Hey, Enhanced, you wonder why it is that, old Bones over there, most time, especially if she's not quote recorded somewhere, or any of these creators, like, whoops, he didn't get whatever, they'll still show you an email or first contacts or something to prove, right? Now, you wonder the other day why it is when this thing it didn't happen this year. Well, I wish I'd recorded. I wish that story changed around too, right? But never once did it show a, because it was like, well, it got a hold of me. It contacted me, right? The person did. How? How to do that? Is there just a 1-800 Ziggy number down there somewhere? Hmm. So why no flashing of an email? Why no email that would have to explain to Ziggy or a first text or anything, right? They would say, hey, I'm so-and-so and this is a situation. There's some thoughts and questions there about what they're trying to drag out or pretend. I don't know. There's some things around all this that certain flavor. Usually they're more than happy to flash that, especially if people don't comply with their demands on demand. Try to manipulate them some more out of them anyway. Do whatever. Play shit. Yeah, do all things. I don't know. Just start feeling it for me. And did anybody ever catch them turning that one in, by the way? When they're wrapping up the bows on that sleigh shit. Did anybody ever catch them making sure they were turning in the Cam and Alley contacts the sleigh thing for eons after everybody in this community, including Cam and them by their own admittance, of what Stacy's sleigh was? Or Ziggy? Because I know most of y'all forget that Ziggy played a role in that sleigh shit too. Did you see TM or BK or anything mention that shit and tie that up in that final bow that Jason put the stamp on? Anybody see that shit? Weird slaves emailing Ziggy, eh? Weird that. About me, trying to get me to show up. Wanted Ziggy to contact me. Mm-hmm. Which never made sense. And I've showed those receipts. Never made sense, did it? Winsley knew damn good well she was back there in the messenger. Then she sends me the same shit, basically. She sent Ziggy through an email. But so Ziggy would do it. It couldn't make it add up. And Ziggy didn't screenshot and share the email. She copied and pasted it to me. Yeah, no shit, it was the weirdest thing. Shows a level of involvement that wasn't quite right, doesn't it, man? I don't know, man. So weird. All their little roles around the Stacy station. But yeah, when y'all hear the tragedy pimps who are supposedly turning slang and shit still, whatever, mention any of the rest of the players and turning them in along with Penny, who seems to be the only one they want to turn over for that. Y'all let me know. And that's where I won't lay it solely on Penny's shoulders, because it wasn't just Penny, like they want y'all to believe. Never was. Just Penny. I think a whole lot, and there's proof a whole lot were involved and still are in it. They're gonna hope, much like Cam, they can, they're just gonna roll off Penny for it. It's only semi-nice thing I'll say about it is that I don't hold Penny solely accountable for that. I know Linda and the rest were involved in it. And a lot of these creators. So, enhance. Which one? It seems like they're pretty goddamn invested. They can make fortunes. And I'd hazard a bet half the time a lot of these creators, considering their channel was solely built on me from the beginning of my children. That's all the pieces they ran. Our names in it. Of course, they always have the cursory hashtag Summer Wells in there to bring it up in algorithms. But I bet you that certain portions of the several years they've made more off of myself and my children than they have Summer. And they still do. So there's quite a few creators. And there are quite a few. It's like, remember that time Adrian was like, bitch, you've hurt my income stream. Like, bitch, I am your income stream, and you've tried to get me murdered. The fuck are you talking about? I am your income stream, you fucking crazy bitch. Yeah, it's been a weird ball. Hold on just a second, guys. Alright, guys. I'm back. Family thing there for a minute. Anyway, and this weird package showed up for Little, and it was like freaked me out. So I was like, I'll open that in case there's something sketch, and it turns out it's fine. Um, yeah. Whoa. Mm. Yeah, just the 2x2s. I'm in no mood for them. Box the shit out of them. Just how it's gonna be. Advertisers, that type of thing as well. Because there's a couple, well, at least one looks, you know, bro. I always do that, don't I? So anyway, I do think that, hmm, that's the thing. They're just, y'all expecting different. And they're aiming back at the same shit again, wait. They don't have anything new, and they won't unless they can continue with the trying to trigger with monster shit, or getting that one up to fucking stupid shit, for profit and such, and trying to drag out, manipulate, others in the community, trying to set shit off between community members, or getting one of us to think they're talking to community members, and receipts are getting thrown out, or names getting thrown out as they make others believe they're speaking to people they're not, and then being able to suss out, find people around them through us, and then trying to inset on those people, or knowing who to, go towards, and how, and I'm not really gonna play it. So, what else you expect? Do you think half this shit set off with old bones of her lately has been an accident, or on purpose so that there's content? I mean, it's a little of all those. But notice everybody else is down. That one gets control of monster. Real, fake, otherwise half the time. And presence is known as certain rooms right now, leading back to Ryan. All the bullshit. It's how Ryan built up was on our shit too. Playing in the shithole, Adrian, Jenny, the rest over there, chasing, and then leading it back here. Scott H is making an appearance. It's on the left side about, just Come on now. There's nothing accidental around here lately. Never is. And knowing the whole group's playing with us closest to it, and that Monster's playing with it, all these other things, makes me real goddamn uncomfortable. And that it suddenly changed his tune on that on the open, that's wild to me. Yeah, I don't think so. That right there, above anything else Monster's ever said, there is no way that dude has went from fuck yeah, they're guiltier than shit and they've murdered her. Outright murdered her. Not covered up anything, but murdered her. Had something to do with it, etc. All this time. Just suddenly being like, nah, there's no way. That for me is something that has my curiosity piqued so tightly that I'm like, what the fuck? And see, I even know because of recent things that was not its belief even recently. So for it to come online and say that recently was shared was real wild to me. Real fucking wild. Nah. How do you get Monster to do that? See, now we're beyond that. They're just all playing games from the beginning, even before paperwork could be served. Like MC and D were playing games, trying to lie to me, fuck with me and the kids and all these other things, but also them trying to hide the little things between each other and whatever else it is they fucking had going. Which was wild enough. But now you got this motherfucker I know firmly in the back because I'm not. Never did like them. And he is firmly and still firmly thinks responsible. And here he is on shares saying that. That has every goddamn alarm bell and flag you can imagine. Peaked like a mother. Something very wrong with that. Very wrong with that. I just don't like where it's all. Which, honestly, leads to some receipts that need to be put out. At least I think, and I've been thinking on them for a bit. Trying to get them in order to do so, and it was kind of what I was going to place here today, but then Whistledown happened and all this. Yeah, they're now because trolls were like 4 hours in and whatnot, but it's fine. That's kind of the purpose too, right? Never, I mean, the first of the stream, sure. DV, it matters. And speaking matters. But there are things that matter for summer and all the shit going on and otherwise, and see, it's what they never really want anybody to get to around here to actually talk about, or put true receipts out on. They hate it when I do shit like I did yesterday, it shows it. They're all goddamn liars. Shit was never possible to begin with. Fred's fucking stupid. Ziggy's stupid. The narrative they fed you all for years, y'all still believe about Fields and otherwise is stupid. And I've had the receipts the whole time prove it. They don't like it when shit like that happens. And, it's like, for instance, I've got receipts showing Sherfy's full of shit too. I've always held them. Probably very unbeknownst to Sherfy. And otherwise, but, I could always, and I've always been able to eat him alive. And his lie. About that shitty fit MGL and him up on him. And to whoever else he's fed it to. I can prove he's a goddamn liar. People underestimate the receipts and the way in which I walk through life. Just and I honestly, sure feeling just like, man, do I hold this back for court in case he said this to so and so or such and such or anything like that? That way a lawyer can eat him. It's probably my best interest to do so. If it comes down to that, and it's around summer, certainly. Otherwise, I don't have no intention of fuck around with that group. But if it has to do with summer or anything that's been introduced falsely towards me, where it concerns summer or the days I've finished, anything like that, depending on where Sherpy said that in the room, I do hold the goddamn receipts to prove him a fucking liar. I could show him to the world any day of the week. I'll hold for now. It's like Kenny Rogers, you gotta know when to hold him, when to fold him, when to blah blah blah. It's just like this place feeding out. Well, look at these, like 10 minutes or 30 minutes in between when she didn't instantly answer her abuser. Oh my god, she coming up shitting in. But yet I've shown the receipts to show that I was online on several devices, still doing research and screenshotting, and they have timestamps on them and metadata in them that show that I was doing other shit, like looking at property shit still, doing all this and that and the other, and memes and stuff with friends and all this, and it is literally, some of them go minute by minute by minute by minute by minute, and they fill all those gaps. But see, this place didn't realize that they're thinking, this bitch is just on the phone messaging one or two people, we could make it look a certain way, but yet I've shown the receipts to show those blocks of time they say just don't. And I have them, I'm sure feds have them, from all of our devices. Because I and the kids were standing there, we were also exchanging memes too, different stuff over devices, but I was also doing research and digging and shit on mine for a few things, obviously, and especially around the property, and I was screenshotting. And so the times are there, the blocks are filled. But it's still a narrative they go with around there, even though I've shown the receipts to show you all those blocks are filled. I just didn't feel like answering this. That's all. I mean, I knew the cursory noon, love you, and Harsel and shit. My guy's banging the new spawn. Fuck do I give a shit? I ain't answering that back. What's the point? Bitch, ain't got no time for that. Oh, look. Excuse me? Really? Is this what we're doing? Nah, surely. Can't. All the managers is like Red Super doing some weird shit. There's me in the world though. Anyway, I don't know what it was, but I approve. Some straight night at the Roxbury going on, whatever fucking car it was. Anyway, you guys definitely go check out Whistle Down's piece. Uh, uh, well, because I'm used to it and built for it, I suppose. My wiring says canless stand. What's another day of people manipulating all kinds of levels, abusing on all kinds of levels, and even downright goddamn trying to get us murdered? Or fucking my kids are using them in a life lived for so long with the same thing happening to us daily. Online's a bit different because you have millions participating in it. And your abuser, which is, it's been something, let me tell you. And his mind fucked side piece that is also a monster of its own little caliber. Helping along, it's been wild, bro. Tampered courts, tampered this, tampered judges, tampered whatever. It's been a thing. And a few extra salty additives, a little spice. But for the most part, you gotta think. My wiring and what it withstood most of my life. This place, yeah. I am actually a little, but, a little tired. I still don't feel good, like I said. Still running a temp, doing weird shit. It's been a rough, more than a few days. I'm a little hangry, and I think it's probably about time for a little hangry. And I also want some damn time. I want some fucking time. Just don't want crickets. But I don't know what little wants. And it's usually, well, generally, okay, it's about 100%. It's whatever little wants is what we eat, so, because I'm not really picky. Uh, and it's like, you know, one of the little things every day that makes her happy, she gets to pick. I follow along, and, you know, luckily I've never been a picky eater, and I've always been kind of like, you know, whatever. I'll eat almost anything, although I do hate hamburgers and fucking hot dogs, and fucking gross. But, I do want some freaking Thai. Believe it or not, Barbie, it never stole my joy. These people in that thing have tried to. It always has. I just find my joy in the moments in between. And then everybody's like, oh, blah, blah. Yeah, I really heard it's one of them stupid bitches monsters around lately going, was she any fun? She actually laughed. She really liked people. Yeah, I really do actually get enjoyment out of people still. I do trust people. I love a lot. I still have yet to meet a stranger in my life. And outside of this fucking box, I do laugh and find joy and happiness and conversations and my friends and moments every day, man. And still me. But here you all don't know me, and you know me here, and here's a heavy ass place. And when I step onto it or in it every day, and I log on, the topics are not the best. Um, Obviously, and what we have to deal with, and the trolling and all that. While I'm here, it's like it's a it's heavy. And so you don't see me out here as I am, in a way. And I wish there was a creator good enough I could be like, hey, or somebody to be like, won't you just come fucking meet me? And I thought about that once, like with Dolly. Hell, the other day was, well, it's a whole different story, but with Dolly once. But then he went about the fuck shit. And I was like, hell, here we go. It's fuck shit. Never mind. Um, but those who know me, and I am actually quite a happy person. And I find joy in all kinds of things every day, and beauty and peace when and where I can. And I talk to strangers and, and have nice chats. And, I mean, I just start, yeah, you know, you have to know me to know me. And I'm actually a very chill person and very easy to get along with as long as you don't fuck with me. But even in that, I'm still one of those, I don't need this in my life, peace out, and just won't talk to you again. Um, I'm not gonna stand and do drama with you for 4 billion years over it. Unless you really fuck up. Um, but, yeah, yeah. Then I gotta tell you, hearing abuse be like, yeah, she used to be under the fuck up and used to be fun. She's changed a lot. I don't know why. Dude, did you see what she did to me? And even in between, I still act to pretend to do all these things and still find joy in that. And times to dance in the storms and pretend it's alright. Find happiness and pretend what was being given out when it was given out was love or the only affection I would give. Just to, just take things as they were. And in those moments, we're as close as I got to anything. But so I'm a champ at that shit. But and then making the small joys even between I and Monster, even though they wouldn't last, the good days wouldn't. Monster come right back as soon as the good dinner, the good this, the good day was had, and on the way home I'd be beat, abused. What joy or happiness I'd found or we'd found together, he would immediately snatch back, so I best enjoy it while I could, and, whatever. So, I'm a champ at dancing and finding the things. And though boxed, I'm You know? I I just wish we were free from it. You know? I wish that. And long gone from here. And no more strings, ties, flying monkeys, insertions. Just future as far as the eye could see for little I. And never happened to look back to where I could spend the last few years with her, making sure she reaches and achieves her dreams and goals and flies free just like Eldest has. And they forever grow, continue growing. No better than to ever turn around and look back at this place and come back. And they stay on the path of breaking chains and family trees and curses and everything else. And they live their lives fully and happy, free and healed. And then maybe if I get enough time on this earth, I'd like to go to college and go for what I'm thinking now is probably anthropology, though I can't figure out how I'm going to do it because I want all the anthropology, not just to go for one section of it. So, and because I've been looking into it, the more I look into it, the more I think it fits all the things that meet all the things, right? But I want to make sure these two are okay. They come first. So, um, one day. But yeah, I'm actually a normal human being, believe it or not, who doesn't sound all morose and sad and all so shit outside of this fucking zone. It's heavy over here, y'all. It's real heavy when I step here in front of you on the world. Trolls, creators, manufacturers. I have to ferret out all the bullshit while I'm on here around any of them. It's a hell of a task and a hunt and a walk through dress. It's heavy and it's hard, but I maintain. And but when I'm off here, yeah, maybe one of these days, when summer's found and whoever's responsible is in shackles and cells or a death chamber or whatever. um, maybe one of these days we'll have a get together and coffee and a few of you anyway. And you'll see nothing more than human, just like you all. And I'm not terrible to be around or sad or morose or any of that shit either. It's just happy everything. So, and yeah, I'm gonna go with Justin. No, and I've talked to Justin on Pimps before. He's been over on my channel. I think it's still open. It's an enhanced title. And then they always act like every time I talk. You ever notice every time I talk to one of these motherfuckers, these creators, it happens every time. It's inevitable. I talk to them and I've answered the same shit or talked about the same shit. With all of them, I have the whole way from like day one ever being over here. before I ever started the channel. And same shit have said the news. Same shit have said, same shit have said over here every day. I swear to God, you'll see thousands of people go, my God, that was a great interview. Oh, dear. What the fuck? The back, we got so much new information out of her. Thanks, dear Mr. Creator. The Justin's, the PGs. I'm like, you didn't. This is the same shit I talk about day in and day out on my channel. What the fuck you mean? It's the wildest shit, bro. But that's the mind fuck, right? They've always had people where they go elsewhere for news on me instead of me, and it's been part of the direction of away from me. But with all the different things they've done to do that, but people really think they're getting new information, and it's these creators, and it's because they're so good. And I'm like, what the fuck? Such a great interview, such great questions, such new information, and I'm always left going, what the fuck do they mean? If you say so, yeah. And no, there was a while back I asked Justin to help me for something that was tangible around Summer's case. Some bitch never did do so, but he'd be in my inbox wanting all kinds of shit all the time. Because he didn't know shit about Summer's case, he'd be over here going, hey, do you remember this? What was this? When did this happen around Summer's? Whatever. What about this, this, and this? Right before you get ready to go into a live or while he was on the live, because he needed easy access to those answers, because apparently his imaginary handy dandy notebook, nor his fucking memory banks held anything. And, I don't know anybody's encyclopedia somewhere, Wells. And, they ain't interested in working it. They ain't interested in helping it. They're interested in content. And their mods, members, the critters they have in the back gathering the info for them, that they go live with and all this. And then feeding them out all the facts in the background, because those subs and members are more abreast and aware and know the facts in some case than the creators do. That's what they're used for. That's what their databanks and shit are used for. Creator purposes. They don't remember, they ain't trying to work. They just go live with whatever at the time, and then they rely on people in the background who do all the research. All the research teams they talk about. Yeah, those. Because the creators ain't it, bro. But, yeah, I don't know. Sort of, yeah, it's like I've always known. Justin's kids are imaginary, but then we just get to a certain point where it's goofy, much like PG's. Then you get to a point that the dude's all like trashing shit. Everybody's doing shit right before coming here for summer, trying to participate with the group in a minimal way possible, but doing the cancer disability shit again. I'm like, fuck that, dude. Still trying to give that dipshit a chance. And then I don't know. He's also one of my family's least favorite. The first on their list to sue the shit out of. Because of what he's actually contributed to. And it was a spear point around using my brother, his death, obits, all this other stuff. What he's done in the in-between. And now how he works this group. But, yep. I don't forget. I try to give some a chance or two. And I know what they are. I know that won't change. But I do hope every now and then that some of them get their shit together and start to actually do right for the right reasons. It never fails. Not a one of them has surprised me on continuing pieces of shit. So, there's only one or two around here I still hold any hope or faith in. Though I know they play roles too. But I have hope and faith. Probably two of the dumbest things in the world. Never been much on either, but it will get you all fucked up before anything else, generally. But first time in my life, it's like, I don't know. The thing is, for me, it's a thing around monsters, I guess. It's part of the abuse, right? But I know it, and I can see it for what it is. Any other monster beside mine, they don't get that type of shit from me. Here, I'm generally, meh, with it. But never been much on hope. But June 15th, man, that night, didn't know what else to do but hold hope. First time in my life to that degree. And I'll hold it still. And as far as faith goes, I may not hold any in any deity or God or whatever, but I do hold faith in feds and surrounding law. Yeah, I don't care what kind of impressions a monster does. He does a good impression as himself in front of a camera every day, too, father of two, a fiance, and all this other shit. Shit that ain't true and a good human being, and a cutesy little voice and polite this and the other while slinging out bullshit. That, too, is a good impression of an actual human being, but it isn't when shit slithers under the nice and well done makeup and the background and the fake children and everything else. That's a mask, a lie, a con. Great impressions indeed. Now that Pearl and the cows and all the parodies and all that, I've seen better fucking 2-bit curbs and clubs. Far better. Far funnier. And I don't find enjoyment in watching other human beings do parodies and shit like him, Smiley, the Shays, the Sierra, blah, blah, meant absolutely torment others online and to make fun of them in the worst ways. There's a difference between being funny, doing parodies of people, and it being inside of a tasteful realm and just being a torturous piece of shit with them that's meant to trash the shit out of you. Or slander and harass them there. Or be a creep and a weirdo like Shan Smiley. There's an entirely huge, vast difference between all of those things. And I don't trust him with a real conversation. I've made my walk through this place looking for one real human goddamn being the entire time. To talk to help me figure all this out, to maybe give pieces to. Like all of them at one time. In the same manner I have others that hold them for safety purposes and all these things. I've looked for one good goddamn human being who's trying to absolutely do right with a brain that can hold the shit and help work it and everything else. To really talk to any of us like we're human. We're not just content. To conduct whatever interviews or panels in a good human manner and the way in which they should be done. I've looked for a great deal many real humans here and I've found none. I don't know, more of a Shakespeare type powder and fire. Curse upon both your houses. Minus being dumb enough to do any of that stupid shit, but I don't know, I've always found it sort of life itself is sort of Shakespearean in that way. Same dumbass way Romeo and Juliet is, right? Missed moments, little things. If not for a late post, if not for something being 3 seconds this, if something had moved this way, that way. Small thin margins, perfect storms wouldn't exist for very bad things to happen. Or for very good. The whole world's like that. All of our lives are lived like that. It's how we live, how we die. Every day, thin margins, missed moments. Little things. Things you don't even realize unless average days become not average days, right? For the most part, people don't even realize the small things every day that take place that make those days those days. And without a shift one way or the other of little things or margins or this or timing that or 3 seconds this or a car pulls out in front of you in 2 seconds as opposed to their 9,000 days you've traveled that same way and none ever did, or a ball in the street or this or that or a board falling from somewhere. I mean, see, that's when it goes from your average day where you don't notice those things to where suddenly the little thing, there's a shift. And then that's when you notice. I think Shakespeare always did a good job of pointing that out. I don't do faith to that degree. A great many do. I hold no ill will towards those unless they shove it down people's throats, try to control governments with it, other human beings with it. That's when I have a serious problem with it. I was raised in a family of preachers and stuff, believe it or not. I've read countless religious texts, You just very well aware of all the things. I just do not believe in that manner. And I know I can't get down with that. But, and that's the thing, it's like people wouldn't believe in me, but most of my friends are religious. Yep, sure enough. Super religious. They just, a lot of them, like, we don't either speak about it, or if we do, it's in ways to where it's constructive conversation and debate, not arguments, not hard feelings, not this, that, and the other. Um, and that takes certain levels of people to do that with. You just cannot accomplish that with anyone in conversation. So, but for the most part, to each his own. There'd be no way in absolute hell, Deanna, I would meet with Justin in person. Not even if hell froze over 3 times, unthawed, and froze over again. Honestly, even if the dude was on fire, I would not piss on him to put him in. It's just worst thing. And I think they've all played enough games. I don't need to see them in a billiard game to connect in any way with them. A shot of tequila and a game of pool ain't making that better. Do you know what they've done in their real lives? Do you know what Justin has done in ours? Do you know what he helped do? Spearheaded on my mom while she was grieving for my recently deceased brother. And how that and the rest of this group played into my mom's heart attack who was grieving for my brother. I'm just asking for free. Yeah, he's the first to put the shit out there with my sperm donor, too. Dude, I never had shit to do with, bro. Was my first monster in life. And then it's how I found out my sperm donor had died in prison. Was because of what the fuck he did. I'm like, holy shit, really? And even after all that, even after my family going, we want to sue this motherfucker for every goddamn dime he's worth. And what he done, I still tried it, son of a bitch. You know what he did after that? He got online before he came down here and made fun of my goddamn speech disability, implied to the world I was drinking or intoxicated instead of what he knows to be cancer and a speech disability from a surgery that was supposed to mute me. And then recently, all the shit he's talking everywhere. Just because I'm like, where are your imaginary children and shit? And because I'm fucking calling out all these fucking puppets in his game. You know? Mm. And if I have my guess, let's say it's what, live? Go on live? Somebody needs clip shit. Just a guess. Anybody thinks that's harsh, dude, our world's already on fire and they come over here and add gas to them. So me not wanting to piss on it to put it out if it were on fire, still not the equivalent of what the fuck they've done. Thing is, chances of that ever happening are slim to none. But the real life situation exists, and it is being done to us by these creators, including Justin and the rest. You see, everybody knows the saying about when piss on a motherfucker, they were on fire. I don't know who that's ever happened to, or has ever had to pee on somebody to put them out, but, the chances of ever encountering a situation like that are about zero. However, this situation is real life, and you see what they've done to us. They've added gas to and tormented the shit out of those in fires, and their lives on fire. And they've helped contribute to the burning of a whole lot of shit in active and ongoing investigations, cases, and real life people, witnesses, etc., across the board, community members, law enforcement, caseworkers, across all types of services. I mean, they've caused real life harm, ramifications, health issues for many, including, workers in services and shit because of the shit that, man, it's just, you just can't even. They've caused real life harm to many. Those who needed it the least, they inset upon the most. Knowingly, with intent, and carried it out, and are still doing so. Anyway. Yeah. Alright, guys. I'm hungry. I'm pissing freak. I do. More on that one. I'm just pissing off. 'Cause I can, really. Ooh, I missed a message. Oh, don't think. Seriously? Okay, whatever it wants to do today. It's still weird things up here. Who told you we moved away? Moved away from where? The entire area, or Ben Hill, or we moved a couple of miles from Ben Hill. And then Monster, who came here proclaiming he wanted lives about a mile that way. So, still right here. But out of state so far, or anything else? No. Yet. So, I don't know. They have all kinds of crazy rumors out here. Hey, but nobody tell Lockdown he still thinks he'll live at 125 and him and Noel are going to come yell at me in front of my house. Didn't he say he didn't do tragedy pimp shit, but Then he gets in there, 2 weeks ago now, maybe, get that. Trying to be like, well, I'm gonna have Noel yell and scream and see if somebody, because he's a dumbass. So much he knows about Summers or anything. He wasn't gonna do all the same shit, though. But he's anti-tragedy pimp, right? But him and Noel were gonna scream and do shit to bring me out because dumbass thought I still lived at 125. That's how weird he is. Even though he's a butthole cleanser, he still tells you how much he shares, retains, or remembers with that coconut jaw shit on. That's how ADD it's got. Yeah, I mean, I'm technically not. We're just a couple miles away. Made that clear in my first video ever. That was public, not stolen, and whatever by Squall and the rest. But yeah, it's pretty well known knowledge. I said it myself eons ago. Most people know that. He did double right down. It's still stupid. So he's gonna bring everybody new shit. He's gonna go around, I guess, season potatoes instead of sacks potatoes. He thought he was gonna go live from a road, but that's really impossible. And he's gonna do all this shit, and it's just nonsensical at best. It's stupid. All the shit he mentioned has been done a billion times before. And dude don't even know enough. He needs crack on his verse to do the potato shit and the dog trail shit. It was fucking Jamie Wilson, bro, and others. No, and he was gonna stop and talk to Fred. He's gonna dedicate half a day. It's like, dude, everything you're saying's literally been done. The only difference is now you and Noel are gonna go down the fucking road and think you're gonna scream at me. Well, how tragedy pimp bullhorn of you. Except you're such a dumbass and know so very little about Summers and anything you think I lived there to do that. Idiot. And then it's all predicated on the idea that he or anybody else knows where screams came from, went from this, that, the other, blah, 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 to when they were going to do their own testing again, like everybody's tempted. But the proof has already been over here. It's been over for eons on my page, on Facebook. Otherwise, nobody ever needed to go try to see if you could hear things. Hell, even Dawn's said it. I've said it. You could hear between hill to hill this air. There's science-based reasons why certain things can be heard, certain can't, from where, when, how, why. But the proof here of sounds and different types of them traveling throughout the year in different seasons has always been here in very shorts and videos on my channel to prove that none of this shit around any of them ever needed to exist. None of them needed to come here to test anything. It was all stupid. It was for all this bullshit. Them coming back to lie to say nothing was possible. Even though it's been proven by better than them with training and whatever. But the point is that it's all predicated. Like all of them, I don't know where they were yelling from. I know where they say they were yelling from, but the whole thing is, it wouldn't matter because you know what? None of them have the exact location. None of them. Never have and never will. And not even those who they think can give it to them can, because they've never been a dumb bitch. Law enforcement are the only ones that hold things. Simple as that. So they can go yell from whatever places they want to. I don't know what to tell them. Go yell randomly in the hills. It don't re-traumatize neighbors either, does it? You think? All the other neighbors who know Summer brothers, all the children went to school with them, played with them this year, all the neighbors who went to church with them, Watched all of them grow up. It doesn't traumatize them the least to watch people like locked down, all these jackasses like Chasing and Jenny's and Adrian's, whatever, go out there and yell and scream and try to recreate all the shit. No, fuck those neighbors and children who are already traumatized by Summer vanishing. Summer, they really, surely it won't bother them in the least. The assholes. Random assholes just running through there even more than they already do. Calling names, tracking them down, trying to get near them, knocking on their fucking doors, keeping them from living fully in places that were once fully free. Kids can't even go outside the goddamn play anymore, and then you got assholes in there trying to recreate shit they can't even possibly try to. Imagine sitting in your living room or house trying to stay the fuck away from these tragedy pimps, and then you start hearing screams or yells or them trying to recreate yells for Summer or Brothers or anything. Imagine how that must hit sideways for all those neighbors and people who really know Summer and her brothers, who helped look, search, who are still holding hope and faith. Nah, but it's okay. Y'all just continue to traumatize and re-traumatize an entire community full of people. And all the children in it. It's fine. Y'all get your content. Ain't nothing matters besides that, is there? It's entertainment, eh? Very few of you will think that way when you see and hear those pieces played. You'll think, oh gosh, they did whatever. But you'll never stop to think, how must the people there feel when they start hearing these screams or cries or this and the other, or the children's names are this out loud again? How will it hit all of them as they're in their houses being boxed in just like we are to keep from being stalked or bothered and shit by stalkers and tragedy pimps on the daily, but also when they really come in for these pieces and bullshit over and over again. Show you Ben Hill Road one more time, run another potato down wherever. They also have to deal with that shit. Being hit broadside, trapped in their houses, away from it, to keep away from it, and then having to sit there and endure that shit. And nobody ever thinks about those other neighbors, community members. Just like I didn't think about our other dying neighbor in there and how they'd like to go enjoy their yard in peace and where they moved to. And he was very much into that lifestyle and couldn't even be outside doing that. All the bullshit reigned supreme because these tragedy pimps on the ground and on Ben Hill. And those like Dolly visiting 110 and showing his home and his cars, things he brought in, and not caring he was a veteran and all these other things, but showing his cars were his dream, man. He bought them to fix them up and to do things with. And then as he moved in there to get quiet and peace from city life this year, and he thought he'd have the time, and got sick. And Dolly just calls it a trash heap in this year, but it wasn't. Those were his dreams. The sick man who served his country so bullhorn and dipshits. MGLs could get rights taken from Floridians about speech and protests in this area. That man couldn't even enjoy peace he'd bought. As Dolly calls his dreams trash as he dies. Content and entertainment for you all. And they box him in with his health stuff where he just wanted to be outside and free and to enjoy the sun. Same way they do us, same way they do me, same way they keep me from getting to or doing any of the medical care shit I need. There's no difference. Oh, but y'all petted the wrong cat. See, y'all see it one way. We know it to be another. Many lives, dreams, hopes, histories of our neighbors, community members, their struggles, their pain, their own PTSD and shit from war zones. And you got those assholes like Bullhorn and y'all screaming and flares popping off and police everywhere and them sick and all shit. But when I said anything, what was it? It was always the mayor of this, the mayor of that. Y'all I didn't care about nobody's life. Just comment. I am not, nor have I ever been a mayor. The real mayors find it funny. But what I am is human. And so are those community members and neighbors. So are their children and grandbabies. So are Summer and her brothers, law enforcement, services. This is real life for everybody around us. We're humans. We're humans where Shakespearean turn of events made a average Tuesday and also fucking average Tuesday. Simple as that. And we're all still trying to dance and survive. Find the little things and the little moments and of joy and normalcy and normality and as much as can be held and still walking every day inside of June 15th and in a stasis in ways, for some of us at least, others not so much seemingly, mildly so, while trying to hunt down the truth and answers, and facts, trying to shake loose keys. And just trying to withstand this shit. That they'll tell you, oh, if we weren't public, it wouldn't be happening. But the problem with that lie is that it was happening to all of us within hours. I mean, as soon as the alerts were released, they came hunting us all. We just didn't know it. And damn sure would have never thought a world like this existed. This place existed like this, the shit they would do in real life. That would actually be exchanged like prize meat, sought after, prices put on our heads to acquire us, the games played, the real life crimes against us, everything else that people would set out to absolutely destroy Summer's case on purpose, our lives on purpose, our children, tamper with us, blackmail, threaten, try to annihilate us as witnesses of all varieties, including witnesses against these tragedy pimps and the crimes and civil shit they've done to us. Never would have dreamed it. They tamper with us, not just in witnesses, in Summer's case, but against them. And I don't think quite a few understand that. The witness intimidation, the blackmail, threats, all that are not just over Summer. They're over voices ringing and that won't go silent. And they hate it. Like all monsters hate it. And it makes them furious and it makes them lash out more and worse abuses often or you're punished for it. And in that too, I'm used to it. It doesn't make it any better. It doesn't mean that I won't seek out justice by all means for what's been done to us and my family and others and other community members won't. But sometimes some things take a back seat for a while because other things are far more important than self for a bit. So you withstand one foot from the other and you continue to walk. And they do, Dan. Yes. But this goes far beyond that. You have these motherfuckers really trying to get us murdered. That's, and blackmail efforts and shit around all realms, not just to keep us whatever and to do all these things to us where it concerns being witnesses against them and victims of theirs, but also witnesses of Summer's case. So, there's a whole bunch of things. Yeah, well, that's the problem. A lot of these creators have been around here since JJ and all them. And, oh, shit. There's been a few where you have fucking fake CIA built up and where Penny learned about it and all these other things too. And rinse, repeat, pattern, playbook, monsters. Each time they do it in each case, they get a little better at doing it. A little more fine-tuned, a little, and you're going to see the continuing pattern and playbook refinement in each case they let you on. But yeah, the great deal of these creators have been back here behind other names, hidden. They'll stay in the background while they'll take on another crit role in the next case. All of them hide materials in between the truth. They tie up bows, they put their masks back on, they use voice changers. One time they're out in the open with their face, next time they're behind another name. People don't realize all these things, when they move through cases like that. One time, creator will be behind the scenes acting more as a researcher and a plotter and all that stuff hidden, but then the next case they'll be out in the open, they'll be the creator while the others take the back seat because they've become too well outed for a while in another case and they just take turns at shit. And then they all build, and refine their playbooks and shit. Patterns throughout each case. It's what monsters do. They learn and they get better at it. So, anyway, you guys. I'm gonna hop off here. I'm hungry. And I want to spend some time with Little. I may be back tonight though, depending. I don't know, really. Because I really wanted to get to her cease today, but thought Whistledown's piece was important. Like I said, I posted that in the community page. And if, so anyway, I'm hoping it won't direct people to, because even bad attention's good attention. Hopefully people see the bullshit, the paramount stuff, everything else for what it is, and they put it all together with Whistledown's piece as well. All things are used here on. Also, there's another piece, even though massholes what they are, theirs on Karen Reed's and Turtle Boy, I think is, and Portland, around Tragedy Pimps and out. And how far they sort of go, although that's still not shit compared to what they've done with Summers and others so far. So, and not the totality by any means, how far they go, and it doesn't. I just wish somebody do really good pieces that combine the front and back scene shit, behind the scenes crap, and show. And some of them anyway. Maybe one at a time, if that's what it takes. But anyway, I am gonna hop off here for a bit anyway. Thanks, so. And, I'm sorry to call you LJ there for Jesus. Anyway, been a day, I tell you. Anyway, I'm hungry, y'all, and, I want to spend time with Little and whatnot, and yada yada. I still don't feel so hot. And I've been here far longer than intended or meant, but hey, it is what it is. And there's always tomorrow and rest, isn't there? So either later tonight or tomorrow at some point, we'll do some receipt tosses. Because I think some need to be tossed out currently. Anyway, oh dear. As always, y'all, please do share the DV hand signal / universal hand signal for help. Canada save lives across the board. Many, not just kidnappings or abductions or DV or any of that, but also can save lives in medical emergencies, those with disabilities, speech issues with those who are either disabled from accidents, or those others who are like on autism scales, things like that, nonverbal, and because often those people suffer or end up potentially in unsafe situations where people know they can't speak or anything, or if they're in a medical emergency, they need help or anything. And also the elderly, strokes suddenly happens, leaves you, renders you unable to speak. You can't maybe get to a phone, whatever, but you can tap the screen, do the hand signal, smell, recognize it, know it for what it is, and then call help for you. It could help even in like the Idaho 4 situations, or in hollows where perpetrators, you're terrified that a sound, a peep, trying to get signal, a phone call, this and or in hollows where you have no fucking chance of that anyway. There's no way you could even attempt to get a signal without a perpetrator knowing. But man, it could help across so many levels, so many crimes, so many victims, survivors, fighters, paperwork, accidents. It's astronomical what that can one day do, especially when tech meets call center. And, but for now, the more who learn it, can recognize it, use it, the greater the chances of help being for those who need it. As they tap devices, do that signal over them, or they do it in public or anything. So it can save lives, and it's already been proven to do so. So keep that in mind. And if you want to share, you can. I'm many other millions, like myself, my children, some are brothers, all kinds. a bunch of you yourselves, survivors, fighters. Your stories, your family members' stories, your loved ones, your children, they hold some type of that. It's a worldwide problem. Not just a Ben Hill, not just a cul-de-sac, not just the poor, the drug addicts, this and other, but it's everywhere around you. And domestic violence is a giant issue in society. And for male perpetrators, if it was taken more seriously and things are put on lists for them when they do that and shit, and it law enforcement courts and shit not making it jokes and things, there'd be a whole lot of proof and ways to stop some of the worst who their only backgrounds, like mass pew-pews and things, the only backgrounds they really have are the abuse of women and children. Most of which is dropped, made jokes, women never reach out of the darkness to report them. Children, etc., because they're often the ones punished or terrified or scared to reach out. Feel it's pointless, useless, don't know what to do. No true help. Takes societal changes, though, as education. It takes all of us. Stop turning a blind eye to it. To demand changes, true help for victims and survivors. Takes us all to change the world. But one voice matters, and with each voice grows into a symphony. Anyway, y'all, and as always, please do share Summer's picture information. Call her by her name, and by information, y'all know what I mean. That does not include tragedy pimps, social media, the Intons, the Bullhorns, the JLRs. It means local investigative journalists, true investigative journalists. Those were the shit, and green, and it means local surrounding law enforcement, state police, state feds, TBI, FBI. Their information. That's the information that should be shared with Summer's photo and name. Do keep in mind, over on the Fed's website, there's a helpful Q&A section. Always has been. It gives you an abundance of things these tragedy pimps and social media want held from you, want you blind to, want you ignorant of, so that they do not have to fall within any bounds, and they can pump out narratives to you so that you help them destroy cases. And so Summer and others like her are never found. Potentially injustice for these victims, survivors, and fighters never had. And anyway, the Q&A over there answers a great many things these people try to keep you from knowing. And if you cannot find it easily there, please go type in keywords Jeff Bobo, Rogers will Review, Summer Wells, and inside of a great many of his articles, you will find the link directly to the Fed's website in the Q&A. And if that's still a no for you something, inside of his articles, he's also helpfully copy and pasted a great portion of those. So, also, though it's low view, Hawkins News over here on YouTube, I recommend following them. There's a great many pieces over there that a whole great many should listen or watch, but they have sadly only a few views. Some of Bobo's interviews are over there. They're also on Times News. I think his interviews and things are in all of this. in the first stage before anybody like salted earth, prayer garden, squall the rest could insert and start tampering with everything said, done, weave, fairy tale, help cover up and do things. I think Bobo's interviews are probably some of the most telling and important. I would suggest you all go look for them. Now, a great many you want to try to find, because some seemingly have been moved or cut sometimes. I'm not sure why. I guess much like some of the WJHL ones that now they remove the questions being asked of certain people during them. What remains? So you have to have downloads of the originals sometimes, or find those who do. But you can at least go get an idea. But yeah, Hawkins County News over here on YouTube. Definitely go check them out. Times News, really anywhere Bobo, Ansley, all that type of thing. Also downstate with gosh, what's his name? It's something me. I was thinking of it earlier. A few of those in the Knoxville area and stuff at first, especially the first weeks. They were putting out quite a bit of different things than say here locally from toolboxes. They're definitely good to compare between. And think to yourself, I think, but yeah, information is important in the sources for, and especially with what you share with Summer's picture and her name. But anyway, sharing Summer's picture, information, calling by her name is very important in a very tangible way to help find her, bring her back to her community and her brothers. And so she or law enforcement and courts and her brothers can tell a story, her story. Not tragedy pimps, not bullshitters, not anybody else. Her brothers, law enforcement, and courts. End of. And it is also, I know, weirdly enough, but it is a good way to try to shake loose things. And to find the person or persons responsible for June 15th. Maybe one day they'll get tired of seeing an ocean of Summer's face and do the right thing themselves. Turn themselves in, pick up a phone, walk up the steps of the local courthouse, fire department, Hardee's, I don't give a shit. Turn themselves in, because the truth is, they can't outrun, out chaos, or outlast forever. Big facts. And, you know, at the very least, maybe somebody around them notices that they've been far too interested, or far this or that, or they're something, they notice something as Summer's face or information appears somewhere near them, and the person responsible in a reaction gets their attention, and then they pick up the phone and they turn them in. You feel me? Because that's what we want to see happen. We want Summer brought home to her community and her brothers. We want Summer, her brothers in courts to tell her story. And we want the person and persons responsible held responsible and accountable. Anyway, you guys, y'all have a good night, good morning, and good evening, and remember, it's the little things. Good pebbles, be a spark, one voice counts. Y'all have a good morning, good evening, good night. May see you in a bit, maybe tomorrow. Stay safe, much love, happiness. Find your own little pieces of joy, Shakespearean moments.